Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Hey, CR. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Hey, Guardian. Good to see you. And I'm putting the link out. If anybody of you are up for it to join me. Hey, Joseph. Good to see you, brother. Hey, Ando. Good to see you, too. Well, how has your week been, guys? I hope your Christmas has been great, wonderful, awesome. Mine has been pretty good, so I can't complain. Hey, Outcomes Racer. Good to see you, brother. So, 7 already in the house. I'm surprised. Good to see every one of you in here. I appreciate that. We wait a couple of more minutes and then wait and see if there will be more people who join the stream before we get to today's topic for today. And I hope you have settled up with your coffee too, or tea, or whatever kind of beverage you prefer. Um, I put that link. Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Hey, good to see you. How you doing? Are you well?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, actually. And how has your big Christmas been, Guardian? I hope your Christmas has been good.
Yeah, it's been very nice. Spent a bit of time with the family, which is always great. Had a nice um, you know just gathering as well in some ways, and it's just been lovely. It's always good to see the little ones happy as well. This time of year, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's been a bit busy.
CR says, good to have a system saving you substantial time every moment. I agree with that. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Nope. But anyway, today's topic is organizing and diversifying your preps. I think that is a good topic, and that topic come from Hygge, if I remember it correctly. So I think we can figure out a lot of good things about this topic.
So yeah, like I definitely think that it's one that is quite a deep dive in itself. Hello to everybody in the chat, by the way. Great to see everybody. And I think fundamentally, one would need to look at preparedness and think about what they could use and what would have, redundancy in a lot of ways. I mean to, but it really does come down to making sure that you have a lot more knowledge, because the more knowledge that you have, the less gear you need, right? And it really does come down to that. However, there are certain items and certain ways that a person can pack. Essentially, you should really get good at hiking and camping if you can, if that's your style of preparedness. Hiking and camping will show you what you can and what you will need in those situations, specifically longer camps. And yeah, it's really quite interesting.
Yeah, I agree with you about that one. Every one of us has different needs and what we prefer to do. But I agree with you about if you're a camper and hiker, if you like camping and hiking, well, you as you said, Guardian, you definitely can see what you really need, and you can learn. You learn every trip you do, so you're always learning something new when you're hiking and camping, by the way, or canoeing. Um, hey, Idaho Garden Girl, good to see you. Happy New Year, folks. 2024 going to be wild. Yeah, I agree with you about that one.
Yeah, so that's actually quite interesting that Hinder brings that up. 2024 is definitely going to bring a lot of things into the light. There's a lot of tension. Like, obviously, there's a whole bunch of speculation on it as well.
There's a lot of elections all over the world.
Yeah, so it's going to be politically, it's definitely going to be quite like an intense year in a lot of ways. So I think what we're facing at the moment as well is hopefully a good year. You know, I'd like to be at the end of this year and say that I was wrong about the upcoming year, and because because I enjoy preparedness the way that I do, and the idea of being self-reliant more than the idea of preparedness, I think that I'm always just looking at something and thinking to myself, could go completely upside down. That's why we prepare, right? Because we see it's kind of a bit optimistic. It's very pessimistic in a lot of ways, and really is just to the core of what we do. We could be optimistic and say no, nothing will ever happen, and go about our lives and never spend a cent on any training or any gear or anything like that, and just believe that everything's going to be fun. And you could live your life and then everything's fun, and like ideally that's not what we want to try and advocate for, because we try and make sure that people have at least the bare minimum capacity to look after themselves and those people around them.
Yeah, and next year I think it's time to expand your preps. If you have these much preps, you need to expand it. So you are probably in this size instead of this. So, because I think next year will be a pretty tough year. So,
yeah.
Hey, Sandy, good to see you.
I've also just, I don't know, I think I've changed. Like, I think what happens to people as well, if you dedicate a certain amount of your time to preparedness, it's really good. You should also try and exercise, and I'm going to advocate for that, obviously, and specifically with looking at this year of mine as well. So that I'll be honest with you guys, because the thing is, what we always do is we try and say things that are publicly appeasing, and we try and say the right things all the time. I'm not going to say anything that's too far gone or too far out there, but what I will say is that if you really spend a lot of time and get absorbed and really put yourself into an immense amount of physical activity, it can change a person, and it definitely has changed me in a lot of ways. And I wish that upon everybody. I really do, as far as possible. If you are able to be a little bit more fit in the coming year, maybe look at what you're wanting, what your goals are, and try and focus in on that. I've changed this year more than I've ever changed in any way, this year specifically. So for those that don't know, I'm coming in on 73,000 push-ups for the year, right? And by doing 200 push-ups every day. And I don't mean to be narcissistic by speaking about myself or something like that either. But what I will say is that the change that has happened has been mentally really quite excruciating, to put it lightly in some ways. It's been very difficult. And that is part of preparedness. And I really hope that people within their preps as well understand that they need to be functioning as in terms of physical capacity and capability.
Yeah, your body should be your main prep.
Yeah, that's it. And the thing is, because your tools and your items and your gears and your gear and whatever, those things have a possibility of being taken from you, breaking. You've got to realize what is, what you're capable of doing as well. So
Yeah.
that's funny.
My plan for next year is I'm going to try to begin with jiu-jitsu again, because it is a better type of martial art and better style suited,
Yes.
because it's so versatile, because you have throws, you have blocks, you have punches, you have kicks, and things like that. So jiu-jitsu is a very versatile, and that's the only style, as far as I know, you learn to defend against a gun. So that is a good style.
Well, there's different. It is jiu-jitsu is amazing. I'm trying to get more into bojitsu as well, which is more centered around bow staves. Krav Maga as well is an extremely good martial art that is dedicated towards anti-weaponry. So like Krav Maga is amazing as a martial art too. But as you're saying, jiu-jitsu and just understanding the fundamentals of martial arts and being able to be more physically active, whatever it is that you're interested in, whatever that may be, is definitely important. I love that you're doing that. I'd like you to actually document some of your
Yes, I was
progress.
gonna say you should totally make videos. Absolutely, just like small little tutorials. You can even involve Mrs. Shadow Scout.
Can they see your face for 1 second, just so that they can put like face to like voice?
No,
you look so gorgeous. Okay.
no,
You're always so pretty.
He says that all the time, everyone. He says that all the time. Not to me,
She's
though.
so pretty, and then she's like, and then she doesn't want to come on camera. Like, it doesn't make sense. If I was that pretty, I'd be on camera all the time.
At least wave to us. Good enough. Good enough. We got some skin there, everyone. It's good enough.
I've got a massive pimple on my chin, and it's just so like huge, and I never get pimples. So because I never get pimples, like I don't really know like how to like hide
tiny.
it.
It's a tiny pimple.
It's not. Oh, I'll show you. Okay. So hi, see, there's Trevor. I've named him. Look how huge he is.
It's fine. Nobody's perfect. Everybody goes through like things and stuff.
No, I hate it because I never get them.
I promise.
I never get them.
You're still so damn pretty. Like it doesn't. Trust me, your pimple doesn't change that. Like that's not.
I agree with you, Gordian, about that.
Thank you.
one.
You see, Shadowscout.
Oh boy.
Coming from as well. And then creative redundancy said, "Oh boy," and puts his mouth. No, I think sometimes as well, like I don't want to talk too much about the whole prep thing specifically, but I'll close off with what I was saying on that being that physical endurance and all that is great, and a lot of those type of things. But I'll actually, if I'm being very honest, you have nothing if you're not mentally stable. If you don't have the willpower and the intent to carry through anything that you can, and if you don't have that ambition driving you, and if you don't have a reason or a cause to fight through any sort of situation, you're FUCKEV. Okay, I promise you, there's nothing you can do about it. Like, so if you don't have that mental and willpower and that mentality about it as well, the right perspective, there is nothing that you're going to be able to do.
Hey, Diors, good to see you.
Hey guys,
what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man.
What up, DRS?
Hey.
sorry if
Welcome
I'm
to
a
the
little
panel.
tired. It's because I literally just woke up from, I guess this morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Yeah, it's not morning now; it's afternoon. But man, there's one thing I don't like. Is I don't like working nights, but I have to do it, so got no choice.
We need to pass him a coffee
I
from the well-stocked, prepared, organized pantry, right?
Okay, that's one thing I will not drink. I refuse to drink is coffee. Okay.
Okay, tea, whatever.
No, I don't do that either.
Okay, iced tea.
I don't do tea, period. Green
Well,
tea,
give him
iced
a
tea.
hot chocolate instead with whipped cream. Yours would be much more happier than that.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll
A
take
little
that.
bit cinnamon on top.
So if you
That's not gonna wake me up. It's gonna make me sleepy.
do you have any do you also CR and Shadow, you guys can actually all answer this. Do you guys have any like malt drinks though? Like, because we've got like this thing called Horlicks here, and I really love that for the
Horlicks is
evening.
like European, so I'm
I think
sure
Horlicks.
ShadowScout might know about it.
Yeah.
I know about that.
I've never
Yeah.
heard of
Okay.
it.
Yeah. But it's
Yeah,
really
they-
nice. In the evening, it's super healthy too. You wanted to say, CR?
I was just saying how awesome you were. That's all, but whatever.
No, it's so much better as a health alternative because it's a nice malt drink as well. So if you have it with some of your health shakes, like it goes really nicely. And then like specifically with the whey protein, if you have a whey protein and you have some of that together, like some of the Horlicks, the malt drink, oh, that's so good. And like you can feel the difference as well, like specifically if you've been busy. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back on camera.
Yeah, no problem. I was
So-
under 85 for straight 20 years at least until my leg injury. Get a Milo hot chocolate. Okay.
Or mint.
Go ahead, CR.
They have Oreo ones too.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Hot chocolate makes me sleepy.
And whatever.
I drink. I know
Whatever.
I'm okay with hot chocolate. I just don't. I don't like the taste of tea or coffee. Period.
Well, that could be a topic right there, right? Let's talk about drinks, like warm drinks. We can talk about that for like a
Hey,
while,
Kaylin,
right?
good to see you, ma'am.
Hi, Kaylin. Oh, it's nice
Good
to
to
see
see
Kaylin
ya.
in here too. Nice
Yeah.
to So organization,
Everything goes just fine here.
yeah, it's like we actually organized it together. Right? We brought everyone together.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but organization, I find it's it's up there in terms of things you need to do. Because without the organization, you can't find things. Things go missing.
You end up buying
You're trying to-
multiple things
Well,
without
it's not just
realizing it.
not that. It's not just that. It's the time it takes to find things.
Yeah.
I mean, it does take time to organize, but usually you gain that back from the time
Yeah.
savings that you get later on. You just have
Yeah.
to develop the system in the first place, whatever it is. Like Thor Haven would have this can thing for this soup cans or whatever, canned goods. Well, something like that, right? Takes time to build, but once you have it, it's like put it in the Mac. The old one slides to the front, kind of deal, right? So
Oh yeah. Yep.
yeah, something like that. Once you do it, it's so much faster.
Yeah.
And it goes with anything. I mean,
I do need to buy new canned goods, but I've been just going through and just eating the ones that I currently have right now. And
well, it's good to
once
go
they're
for your stock.
gone, I'll get new ones. But I think for now, I think I'm just gonna replace all the canned goods for now with freeze dried at the moment.
Hey, Thor. Good to see you, brother.
It's like he heard me. It's like he heard me. I knew he would be here. I knew it. We just need preparedness veteran in here. Where's Pete?
I don't know. I was
Where's
actually,
he?
I was shocked to find
Actually,
that
I don't see him.
Guardian was here, but
when it comes to PV, I know exactly why he's not here. At Christmas, he got the red dragon, so he doesn't
oh,
feel that good.
I see. I see.
And the one who infected him with it was his own mother.
oh, jeez.
Yep. So she infected the whole family, basically.
Well, we'll give some pots and pears to them in the
It's the
meantime.
gift that keeps.
He'll
on giving.
rebound. He'll rebound with that.
There's apparently new strains going around as well of that at the moment. And also hello to Thor. It's really great
I
to
was
see you,
talking about
buddy.
you for.
Yeah, it's always
I
really,
swear
really
he heard it.
Yeah,
nice.
I know, Kaylin. That's a real bummer.
Yeah, that's the thing. See what I'm saying, like that's it's definitely going around again. And not just that, there was a rumor of something else. I don't want to go on to potential pandemics, well, epidemics rather. But it's pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to join us for a second, Thor? No pressure. If you want to, like, it'd be great. It is the last stream of the
No,
year.
no, no. He wants to hear you talk first.
And Thor, it's Guardian's birthday tomorrow, so you should give him a birthday gift.
Appearing on screen. yeah. So,
Okay.
I know.
So it's your birthday tomorrow. Oh boy, congrats on your
Thank
birthday.
you.
Happy
Thank
birthday.
you. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Yeah. It's the
HBD.
last day of the year, 31st of December. Yeah. Thank you.
Having your birthday on New Year's Eve, huh?
Always a party.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
It's,
Yeah, that fit.
yeah, there's always something to do, you know. It's hard to kind of convince people that it's your birthday party and not New Year's though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Yeah, the fireworks isn't because of the new year, it's because it's my birthday.
Right?
Sparklers. I got fireworks on my birthday.
I've made that joke so many times that it's like people all celebrating my birthday, you know, but it's unfortunately not the case, and it's everybody's usually celebrating New Year's, and I love it. I love that I get to celebrate with everybody, and there's always something to do. So like when I was younger and stuff as well, there'd always be like a party. There'd always be like, you know, it'd be cool. I like that. And then also not just that, like so I'm finally finished Thor specifically because Thor's, and I don't know, Preparedness Veterans not really here, and I know that there's a couple of people that I've been following, but I'm finally done with this year's like whole challenge, which is really exciting for me. Like that's been so damn difficult, and yeah, I was saying earlier, but I mean really, like I'm coming to the end of doing 200 push-ups every single day this year and recording it and documenting it as well. So that, and thank you for subscribing, Idaho. I really appreciate it too. Next year I'm going to be doing something ridiculous. What I'm actually doing at the moment is I'm going for the world record for the most push-ups in a year, and the current record holder is aged 45 and he's got 4,000 push-ups every day, and it's 1.5 million a year. So that's the current focused goal that I have, and it's not. And saying things like this, I don't say things like this without meaning them. I really am chasing that right now. So I'm 37 years old, going to be 38 tomorrow, and so it's technically I've got 7 years to build up to beat the current record holder of 1.5 million every year.
Yeah.
So.
Wait. You're
Hey,
turning 38?
fireworks. Good to see you, man.
I thought you were 29, GP. 29.
I feel 29.
Yeah. Okay. Good enough. I heard fireworks. Good enough.
Yeah, my wife's 29. So I do
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not gonna go down that road, don't worry. But it is a good age to be. I'm happy to be 38. I think any age you have, if you mentally still have like a lot of vitality and stuff, and if you keep learning things, you know, then you're still happy. And I wouldn't care if I was like 70, 80 right now, as long as like, you know, as long as I keep learning things and keep mentally robust. That's what matters the most.
Yeah, and next year I turned 53, so
That's a good age. That's a fun age. Look, realistically, like in the next several years, we're going to see some really vast expansions on medical and scientific advancements. I've always mentioned this because it's true and it gives people hope, and people should have hope, and that type of thing too. I don't mean to be utopianist, but yeah, things could get interesting.
yeah, on the medical field, it will be more and more advanced, and the technology will give them a 10 more, 15 more years, and it will be much more advanced than it is now. So We have Daryl of Survival. Good to see you, brother. And we
Just
have
Hey.
Simmons as well.
Thor, I didn't
Good to
even
see
know
you.
you're that old, man. You don't look it. Sorry, so Thor said just turned 50 in November.
Yeah, I know I don't look like I'm 52, but I
No.
am.
Yeah, you definitely look very good for your age, Shadow.
Yeah.
Like you can see that you're still young and you're taking care of yourself. And like quite honestly, like Thor, I'm not going to make Thor's head any bigger than it is. Thor knows that he's like just everybody's like, oh wow, like Thor's so attractive because it's true. Like Thor's at 50 years old, you're doing very well, buddy. Like you've got good features and stuff. I'm going to stop there because you don't need to be more arrogant. But for real, man, much respect, dude. Like, that's it's definitely good to keep in good condition. So that's, I think, the most important thing. Stay healthy, So for tonight's topic, do you guys want to go ahead and speak about your own specific individual, like because organizing and diversifying your prep?
Well, you start first.
Yeah, well, I'll mention something quickly, and then I'll kind of let it segue into what you guys have to say as well. So, hey, by the way, good to see those people joining. It's lovely that we've got a bit of a group here this evening. It's great to have everybody here. So, the interesting thing about that I've discovered recently, we were on a adventure motorcycle camp about 2 weeks ago, and my friend and I went through to the Western Cape. So we travelled about 150 kilometers, so about 80 something miles. And then we traveled like just a bit along the coast, and we had like 2 nights to go camping. And we were discussing as well different types of preps and stuff as well. And in doing so, and remember earlier I still stated that it's so important to increase your camping and your hiking as well, because that's fundamentally what will carry you through disaster scenarios in general. So we were speaking about the different types of preps, and earlier on in the conversation as well, we were speaking about having a good supply of beans as well. I do believe that you were the one who mentioned that, and I think that that's a good thing to have a bit of a safeguard, kind of the capability to transition between our current dependency on the supermarkets and the stores compared to having a lot less, fundamentally like a lot less availability.
I was gonna say I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember saying anything about the beans. I really don't. But I mean, was it CR that said that? Because like I said, I don't remember saying that.
When did I ever spill the beans there? When did I ever spill the beans there?
You know
Just
what?
say, when did I ever do that?
I'm gonna on Bob's behest. You're fired. You're fired from now on. You are fired.
So yeah. So what I was just quickly, so to wrap it up, that story as well, and thank you for that. But I think that when it comes to whoever did mention the beans, there is something that's really interesting where you get these packs, these food packs that are designed.
No, they're pouches.
They're little pouches, right? And they compact so that you can put a lot of them together, and it's baby food. But the thing is, the reason why it's so good is because if you look at the ingredients, there's hardly any added nonsense in it, right? So, like, if it's for babies, obviously they make sure that genuinely they test it and stuff, and make sure that it's make sure that it's very healthy and that it's consumable for a long time. So my point is, obviously with beans and that as well, there's different types of foods that you can get in beans that you can't get in those type of packs. But one should definitely consider, like alongside with some of the MREs, is those packs themselves. Because if you've packed this type of thing before, you'll obviously understand that things get heavy quickly. When it comes to packing food and water, along with your tools, if you're going, I'm never coming home bag, the inch system, then it's a whole lot. But anyway, I'll allow somebody else to continue there. I just wanted to say that you should look into some of those little packs because they can be really good as a prep.
Oh, you're talking about those tuna fish type ones, right?
No, when you mentioned tuna, like I'm not a big tuna fan. Like I'm not. You see, you got to prepare stuff that you actually enjoy as well.
Of course.
It's good. Tuna is very healthy. Don't get me wrong. It's brilliant in some ways, right?
They've also got those. They just like the tuna packs. Starkist also packs those chicken packs.
Creations.
They got the chicken creations.
Yeah. Well,
They're
chicken.
relatively thin.
I love chicken.
Right?
But
I've never
not
had one in
chicken.
my hands, but
I was gonna say, I think the packet of chicken, I think there's like 16. I think there's like 16 grams of protein in that little pack.
Yeah.
it doesn't take up too much room. Like, over too much weight. Well, it weighs less than a ration or hardtack. Probably tastes better.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm just being practical about this, but I don't think that bugging out is the first thing that people should be, focusing on. Period. Actually,
So,
in my humble opinion, I mean, I can understand in some like your situation there, Guardian Fitness, because the way things kind of break down over there, and they break down really quick. If you're, I'm gonna be quite blunt. If you happen to be the wrong color skin, they're gonna go after you. Or if you got the wrong political beliefs, they're literally going to go after you, and just like the farmer down there. And
so that you could say that in the past more than you can say that now. It's actually changed in ways. It's more have and have nots. So fortunately, because there's been South Africa in a lot of ways. For those people who haven't been really keeping up in those kind of way, it definitely comes down to knowing that like politically we've got a lot of like injuries and stuff in the past. Like there's a lot of wounds in South Africa, but at the moment with the way that people work together and families are. Like there's a lot of people that are merged between one another culturally. So because of that, it's much more at the moment the people who don't have, like, and the people who have. And like if things had to break down, and we've seen it already, we saw mass havoc in this country like a couple of times already in recent pasts. And when you see that, it's never really so much about culture or ethnicity more than it is about people on a fundamental level where like I'm telling you now, like I promise you, I have the people that I love and that I would quickly form together as part of my community. It's completely interesting to see. I'm not saying like, I'm not trying to be ultra PC, but I'm being genuinely serious. It's amazing, diverse. Like you'd be quite interested. It would be quite interesting to see like the type of interactions that we've got as well, and the types of people that are within my groups as well. And Durban floods and riots. Yep, Hendo was watching very closely as to what happened. I'm not going to go down that road, but as to what happened in this country, we've seen a lot. And thank you, Dios, for actually understanding that bugging out shouldn't always be your first thing. You're right. You're dead right about that.
Yeah, I've done videos on that, and like I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't see a feasible way that a person could do this long term. I really don't, because there's only so many supplies a person like can get. A given person can pack on their back. Hell, there aren't even very many people that are physically fit like you or physically fit like preparedness veteran. And then I also bring up the fact that what happens when you get a mechanical injury. And then the other thing too, and this is something that Steve Corsair Trainers brought up. If you are like a single mother and you got like 2 children, that changes the whole dynamics of bugging out. One of my other good friends, Wayne, the ungrateful peasant, formerly known as West Wind Survival, he brought up the fact that you got a bug out bag and you're out there bugging out in the woods. You're essentially a refugee with 3 days worth of supplies, and you basically making yourself into a target, because you won't be the only one that's out there. You won't be the only one that's alone. You're going to be completely exposed. And like not just exposed to the elements, because sure, you got your 4-season tents and everything like that, but there are going to be other people out there and they're going to try to victimize you. And I don't care how physically fit you are. I don't care what kind of really cool high speed, low drag, tactical toy, a gun you're carrying with you. Eventually somebody's going to get you. That's why for me, it just doesn't make any sense to try to bug out. I mean, at least long term, maybe in the short term, when things have settled down, maybe I can come back to my house. But I fully expect it. For some reason, if I was ever driven out of my house, I fully expect my house to be ransacked, just straight up. Like there's, unless you got a predetermined location, like a predetermined route which you plan on taking, like no matter what, this is where we're going, because we have purposely dug holes and cached some supplies along our route so we can resupply our backpack. That's really about the only way you can do it, and that's assuming you don't get a mechanical injury, along your way.
Hey, Ed and Air, good to see you.
Hey,
Hi, Aid.
What Dios just said is some of the most absolutely accurate truths that people don't usually mention. When it comes to things, and people should understand that, because if they so the best way to understand the future is to understand what's happened in the past and look at different scenarios where things like this have happened. And fundamentally, it's flawed. What Dios is saying is absolutely true. You've got to have the correct cache system. You've got to have the right locations. You've got to have a bunch of different mapped out locations and routes as well. You've really got to sit down and do proper homework. You need a whole bunch of you need to sit with the group as well. You need to lay out on the table. You need actual time and investment into this. It's not something let's get prepped. It's a lot. Yeah.
And the other thing is that it's not many who can afford an extra house with some extra land to it, attached to it.
Yeah.
It's very few who can afford it. So
exactly. And the thing was I even seen it in my real life, like in person, when I was talking with old coworkers from my old jobs, it's like, what you really need to do is you need to go out to the woods. And these are people that aren't even in the prepping community per se, and they're saying this stuff. It's like, no, that's what everybody's talking about. Oh, you just go out to the woods or go up to the mountains. It's like, do you think that you're going to be the only one out there? You're nuts. You're nuts. We are friggin' city dwelling people for a reason. We given up the whole being on foot and living out in the wilderness. We given that up ages ago, generations ago. So I like I said, I'm not defeatist with a defeatist mentality. It's just you gotta be careful of that. Yeah. But it's just you gotta step back and look at reality, because as what the heck was his name? Nut and Fancy would say, because this is one of his favorite things to talk about, is size, weight, and constraints, SAWC. So everything you plan on packing in your bag, it's gonna have weight, and it's gonna take up some amount of bulk.
Exactly.
And, I just have to. I love Nut and Fancy so much. Continue.
TCE, as you would say, right?
Yeah, I'm not.
Calories, energy.
Yeah, and like I said, you're burning calories and energy. Carrying all this equipment, carrying all the food. Which what does a person prioritize? Because you're going to need all of it, in all honesty, unless you have multiple people with you. But I just don't, honest to God, unless you got a vehicle, I really don't see a practical way of doing this. And even with a vehicle, you're still vulnerable. But what do you prioritize? Do you prioritize tools, or do you prioritize food and water, or do you delegate? If you've got multiple people, somebody's going to carry more of the tools, somebody else is going to carry more of the food, and somebody else is going to carry more of the water.
And if you lose one of those, as soon as you lose any of those, you're dead.
So wouldn't it be situational that you'd kind of assess at that point in time what you think you need more? You prepare with everything, and then when it comes down to it, you're okay, I'm gonna need X, Y, and Z more.
So dependence on severity of the situation, of course, as well, and the type of SHTF type scenario it is, that comes down to it. It really does. And I think that I tried for years, Dios, right?
Yeah.
I tried for years to actually get the perfect inch system because of the situation that we're in and because of being daddy cool like a father, right? So because of being a dad and because of loving my community that I have around me and being very invested in a part of it. So it comes down to, I spent so long, and I would like unpack and repack and unpack, and I'd be like, how can I get this right? Like, and I would have different types of bug out bags. I would get like some of the H-frame ones. I would get some of like the synthetic ones as well, like some different types of synthetic ones, your 75 liters, all the different types of sizes as well. And I would just go
5 liters. That's a pretty big bag.
Yeah. No, I would absolutely. I've gone through this more than you would ever imagine. And I would sit in that room for like sometimes like when I had like whenever I wasn't working and stuff as well and spending time with the family, like that became like my passion for like years and end, where I would just really try and like find the most absolute thing that had the most redundancy. So like things that obviously have like a few tools in one that are still pretty good, which is why a Leatherman, I can't tell you guys how important a good Leatherman is as well.
A good multi-tool you can't argue with. Like it'll take the place of many different tools. Now I will say this though, multi-tool isn't as good as an actual purpose-built tool, but like it's good at doing multiple jobs at once, but not good at doing one specific job. Great.
Yep. I remember you said that.
It's kind of like in ways I kind of look at a multi-tool like I would, as I would view a shotgun. It's good at, like a shotgun's good at taking down deer and elk if you load it with buckshot or slugs. But if you load it with some of the smaller, like lead shot or lead-free shot, you can take out squirrels and take out fowl. But the problem is it's not really good at one job. It's good at multiple jobs, but not good at all of them.
Not great at doing something specific.
Yeah, it's specific.
It can do a lot of good things overall, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things.
Thank you. Keep this comment up for a little bit there. Yeah, thank you. This is the part that I'm talking about here, and this was something that Steve Corsair Sanders brought up. He brought up again, like I said, when you've got kids, little kids, heck, even kids that are like 10 years old, you can't expect them to carry a whole lot. You can't expect them to endure a whole lot. That just changes the entire dynamics of bugging. I'm like I said, again, I don't want to like completely harp on this. It's just, and I've discussed this numerous times. Heck, I even had Steve Corsair.
Bugging out is last ditch.
Oh yeah, it really is.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying don't have something put together because having something is better than having nothing. You're probably better.
It could be not per se a quote a bug out bag, but it could be some sort of go bags, hurricane kit.
Yeah,
something to give you something.
But I'm gonna say just to Guardian, if that's something that you did work on, that's at least your wife and you've got that over me, because that's something I tried working on in the past, and I couldn't conceivably wrap my mind how I could, pack enough stuff and pack it just right to where I'm not going to blow my back out and injure my knees carrying this crap.
I would say over 5, realistically, I'll say at minimum 5,000 hours spent trying to master an inch kit, right? And I'm not joking about that. I'm being absolutely sincere. And in doing so, it's not possible. I'm being serious. Like, I've tried it again and again and again and again. I tried more than I should ever have tried it, right? Because I cared, because things were happening in the country, things were falling apart, and I didn't have any other option but to
at least try.
Yeah, at least try.
Well, because at least it gave you an opportunity to go through the contents, right? Put your mind at something constructive versus just not doing anything at all. Right?
I'm not only speaking. I'm also speaking about field testing, by the way. I'm also I'm not including field testing in those hours, but I am definitely saying that I've spent an immense amount of time field testing the gear as well.
Hey Thor, good to see you, brother.
All right.
Yay. Good to see you.
Whoa! Look at that shirt.
Look at that shirt, man. That is
look at that shirt.
Yeah,
hey, Thor, you're really colorful today.
Am I on topic with the shirt?
You're blazing. Orange.
Hey, BC Gerbs, good to see you, brother. How are you
What's up,
doing?
BC? Nice to see you, Thor.
Nice to see you guys. It's been a while.
You know,
Yeah, it's been a while.
I was gonna say, I think having a get home bag is more likely of a situation for more of us. You know, Thor, you live in a rural environment, right? So getting back home is probably
that's the key for me.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like everyone said, it depends on everyone's circumstances. But for me, it's getting home and staying home, and making sure things are secure around here. So
see, I put together bags in the past when I drove semi trucks over the road. I don't do that anymore, but even back then, I couldn't really I did have a bag put together, but I realized the odds of me having enough stuff or having the right items probably nil if I'm like 1,500 miles away from home and things break down. Oh, so you guys both got your Hawaiian shirts on now.
Nice.
That's the time of the year, right?
That is really bright colors. Some shirts.
Can you guys turn the icon on? No. I can't see the screen with all this orange in the way.
That's good. I really like that pattern that Thor's got there. I'm jealous of that. Like, that's very, very nice. That's awesome.
And Guardian, and I'm sure you're probably aware of this, but I have to ask the practical question. Like, so this is going to be the last of me talking about the whole bug out topic.
No, it's tonight's topic, right?
It's all good.
This is going to be the last of me talking about this, but a person also needs to ask themselves this question: what do you do when your one tool that you're carrying with you wears out? What do you do when your pairs of shoes wears out? What do you do when your clothes wear out? All your tools, all your equipment's going to break down while you're out in the woods, because like I said, the whole notion like I'm gonna bug out into the woods indefinitely, it's just absolutely crazy to me, because like they're not thinking that their stuff's not going to wear out or break down. Being exposed to moisture, being exposed to the elements, being exposed to the sun. Sun breaks down nylon synthetic materials. Rain and moisture causes mold, mildew, and causes axes and knives and everything to rust out. Just what do you do? Or what happens if you lose one of your tools?
So that's such a good question, and I'll answer it in 2 minutes. And as quick as I can. I love that question.
Okay.
It's a brilliant topic. No, it's a really, really, really good question to bring up, right? Because it's true. Like, everything will break. If you've had any of your favorite items, after a while, even if you do have a nice whetstone and you keep that blade sharp, eventually the blade runs thin and you start having problems, right? Like, that's going to happen. So in those situations, that's where we've got, like, where we can learn at the moment. We've got the resource of having people around you as well. I'm fortunately very involved within the Scouts. So I'm a Scout. I've been a Scout for like quite a while as well. And there's a lot of aspects of nature that can be carried across if you look at the way that people used to live. So if you're able to craft certain items, a lot of items can be crafted if you look into how to do so as well. Also, if you understand the foods that can be eaten within your region, that gives you a little bit more leeway in terms of that. But if you're speaking about the tools specifically, even if you go to channels, and the reason why I bring up the internet and using that as your potential, if you go and study Primitive Technologies channel, that's got the real Primitive Technologies channel in Australia, that the guy with just shorts that has like goes through all the different eras and ages and stuff. And if you understand what he's doing, and if you understand why he's doing what he's doing, you can actually look at rebuilding society essentially from what that knowledge is. And yes, it is on YouTube, and that's great. And if somebody's sitting there and watching YouTube, fantastic, fine. But you've actually got to go and repeat a lot of the things that as well. And I've tried to, and I've legitimately gone. You can ask my, anybody around me, and that's what I've done is I've gone and reworked some of it, and I've looked, and some of the stuff didn't work because of South Africa's different, like, our entire different environment, the climate, the biosphere, everything. So if you look at things like that, we need to understand what the fundamental ways that people used to live and how they used to be able to live. And one of the things that I'm telling you that you've got to be so cautious of, and I'll always mention this, is, and fortunately dentistry, like I was quite fortunate that I went for a root canal early in December as well. And dentistry is one of the biggest things that's going to get you in like a long SFCF, by the way. So your tools are great, everything, medical, fine. Start understanding what medicines are out there in the wild, 100%. But dental will get you. Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing worse than having dental problems
Yep.
and everything else is going wrong. You don't have access to everything. And then now you got dental problems and you're out there in the damn woods or something, like, and you don't have anybody around you. So make friends with a dentist. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Good
And
friends.
that's the tooth.
that was something that a lot of people weren't aware of. You know, back in the 1800s, you know, over here in America's, you know, pioneers going out west, that ended up being the death of a lot of people. You know, actually, heck, I should say we go as far back as the 1700s. You know, prior to America gaining its independence from England. You know, that was the death of a lot of people. You know, those infections from cavities and messed up teeth. Heck, they could actually cause like infections that go into your sinuses that could result in strokes. You could die from that stuff. That's
Yeah.
especially if it's like an upper molar, you know, infection. That's why, you know, we got the luxury of getting root canals now, but back then they just yanked a bad tooth.
I've never ever experienced pain like I have with the dry socket. So I was an idiot. I went to the dentist a couple of years back. I was an idiot then. I've done many idiotic things in my life, obviously, we all have. But in this instance, what I did was I went to the dentist and the dentist said, do not smoke. After being, fortunately, I quit cigarettes in the beginning of last year. Yeah, fantastic me. But now the thing is, the dentist said to me, do not smoke at all. And then on the way back home, I was like, yeah, let me just have one cigarette, okay? And then I had a cigarette, and then the dentist had made sure that the nerve, the open nerve was basically closed and stuff as well. But when smoking, I'd opened it up and I'd exposed the nerve. So any air or anything even close to it brought me, I was literally like kneeling in the shower, like not knowing what to do with my hands on my head, like as much pain medication as possible. I've had all sorts of pain in my life. I've had a lot of pain, but nothing compares to that. That's what I'm saying. Like, dentistry is huge.
Yeah.
I agree. I had toothache a couple of years ago, and that was not fun.
Like I said, I've had root canals. I've had teeth pulled. You know, like I've had close calls in life, in real life. You know, like as many of you know, the Sniffles 19 virus almost took me out back in 2021. I almost died at the ripe old age of 30. But I've had different kinds of injuries and different kinds of infections over the years, and it's just thinking to myself, man, I'm lucky that they happened when they did, because, you know, I got access to medical. But when this stuff, you know, when 21st century medical goes out the window, that's when things really start getting real.
There's got to be other ways. We got to find, like, if you look back in history, they were doing surgery like in, you know, 2000 BC. Mm-hmm. They have found skulls with like wood implants and stuff in the skulls that have fused to the wood and stuff. So way back then, when they were doing these and people were living, so it's like, what did they use back then to be able to get them through that whole thing? I'd love to know that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like when I stabbed myself in the shin when I was doing butchering our cow, I didn't go to the hospital. I just washed it out as best I could and threw some raw honey in it, and no infection, nothing. It's healed up nicely now. So I swear by raw honey now.
I'm glad you got the raw honey. Like I've heard of like packing wounds with sugar too.
There's got to be some other way that people had prevented infections before.
Yeah. And then you got to think back then too, you know, again, you know, there might've been some surgeries performed. How many people survived, you know, all these different operations.
Like what I'm saying is they found the skulls where they've done brain surgery, and the skull has refused to that part where, so they continued living for quite a while. Otherwise the skull would not have fused back. Yeah. So it's one of those things where they have done those surgeries and people have lived. So, you know,
it makes me. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I was gonna say it makes me think back to that old movie Master and Commander with what the heck is it? Russell Crowe is the main character playing Jack Aubrey. But there was that one scene where the ship's doctor was taking a silver coin and trying to patch up another sailor's open wound on his head.
Right,
you know,
right.
yep.
Yeah.
They had to get rid of the swelling on the brain. You know, opened up the cranial cavity, and they're trying to patch that the open bone and wound over with a silver coin.
Yeah, and those type of scenarios as well are exactly the type of situation that a person will land themselves in, because it's all unpredictable, right? It's the thing about medical. And then Kay was actually saying about the antiseptic as well, about moldy bread being such a good antiseptic too.
No, that's what the Egyptians used to use back in the day. To prevent infections on like wounds and stuff. They'd put like moldy bread on it because of the penicillin, which would then create a.
Oh, okay.
It's a fact I read forever ago. Okay.
No, it's interesting.
That's crazy. You know, the Egyptians knew about penicillin long before,
Well, I would think so. Yeah.
21st century, Western society.
So there's also a lot of foods, and like, which channels do you watch that have like those old recipes and stuff like that as well? That
like
original
the Townsends
and
then
that,
Tasting History with Max Miller. That guy's was already
Tasting
cool.
History with Max Miller and Townsend's. Like, these channels are channels that speak about the ways in which people used to be able to make food from almost nothing, and that's really like amazing.
Townsend's video on how to preserve eggs without refrigeration, because that was a question that I've always had. It's like, I knew that there had to been a way, because we used to do it, for a long time. It's like, there's got to be a way other than just pickling your eggs.
Yeah. That's actually one that I'm going to look at afterwards as well. That's something that I haven't looked at yet, so I'm definitely going to add that to the list.
Yeah, food preserving is important.
Yeah, there's a few ways of doing eggs. One's basically the lime water, and the other
that was
actually covering it in butter. It's basically, you want to seal.
I've never heard of the butter. That's.
But it's sealing the holes. Sealing the membrane,
the pores in the egg shell.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Water glassing. That's the word for it.
Mm.
Yeah, because I've heard of, because of him, I heard about lacquering the eggs, and I've heard about storing them in wood ash and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's like, wow, all these different, like, just to have a set of eggs, even ones you bought from the store, just to have those last for like at least a week or more longer without refrigeration, it's pretty dang cool, But like, the simplest method, if you got chickens, is to not wash off the egg after the egg has been laid.
The membrane.
Yeah, like our eggs that we get from the chickens, they'll go easily 6 months, no problem.
Yeah. I think it was the lime water. I think that was the one where he had shown that they were able to store eggs for up to 18 months.
Yeah.
Can't you pickle them as well? Wouldn't you be able to keep?
Yeah, you could pickle them. I'm just saying, there's got to be other, I was just saying there's got to be other methods other than just pickling or just refrigerating,
Freezing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's our method. There's our ways of preserving food, right? It's just the texture thing, and what are you going to use it for after? Because obviously pickling, you get that kind of pickling
eggs
taste,
turn
right?
green.
Yeah, I mean, and stuff like that.
I'm reading the comment from Dear Love Survival.
The real.
Oh, the real.
Yes. Where's Roberta's mention what we do? No. But yeah, I mean, there's refrigeration, there's freeze drying, there's dehydrating, right? But I mean, and some things work better with certain foods.
So, Shadow, bring up Shawnee's comment there, the one because there's another one as well. We're speaking about those ones. So, if you guys want a bit of a list to this, we should actually write out some of them. So, it's Townsend's, which is the one that I'll put there, like Townsend's. And then, what is the other one that you said secondary?
Tasting History.
Tasting History.
Hi, Shawnee.
With Mac, right?
Mac.
max. And then that one now. Yeah. So we actually just should bring up the links for that quickly too. I can go find them real quick if you guys want like links for that. It's just good to know some of the recipes from like time ago. So
Well, not only that, and how they preserve the food too,
yeah.
and the processing of it, right? Make it go
Yeah.
longer.
David, yeah, that was something that Townsend was talking about. He's talking about the unwashed eggs the last couple weeks.
Ours will go longer. Like we've left them on the counter for a good 2 weeks, and they're still fine. Put them in the fridge, and they'll go. Like I said, I think we've had some for 6 months, and no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, you can store them a very long time
Yeah.
if you don't wash them.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you have washed eggs, you can put some vegetable oil on them.
Yeah. Basically lacquering them in something.
Yeah, so it prevents the water and the oxygen from penetrating to the inside, right?
Yeah.
I thought that was the reason for the membrane to prevent water and oxygen from penetrating into that inside.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, get us off topic and talk about eggs and stuff like that. Just
No. It's exciting.
No.
I'm growing hungry. I'm going hungry wanting to know about this stuff. I just have to say that. What, GP?
No, it makes sense. Like these topics, it's important. We shouldn't shy away from passing thoughts, because sometimes they instill other
Warning next time.
as well.
Sierra's already getting excited about dinner.
egg excited. Yeah, you're
Exactly.
Is that the way all you
Did I just
Canadians
cramp
are?
that? Yeah.
You just come on here and say a whole bunch of puns, so that way Bob can fire you all. I wish Bob was here.
To what you guys are saying.
I wish Bob was here. Oh man, it'd be so funny right now.
Actually, I think he's still overseas.
I figure he's probably still in the Philippines or somewhere.
He won't be back into the New Year after New Year's, I think.
I'm not surprised about that.
Yeah.
He's probably having the time of his life right now.
And guys, feel free to pay David Lynn Prepper Principles channel.
Yes,
he has a great channel, by the way.
He goes live on usually in the evening time here in North America, so around at 6-7 o'clock. I think he lives in Central Time, so sometimes I'm over there. But you guys are all quiet.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to.
I thought did I lose?
I'm opening up David's channel on another tab on my computer real quick here.
Yeah, David has a really great channel. He has a lot of good stuff on it.
Okay, I got a question now since I was mentioning it earlier about your can organizer thing. How long did it take you to make it?
I think I built it in a day.
How much time do you think it has saved you now since you built it? Probably days worth of time. It's probably saved you.
Ooh.
I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, it's been a couple years, but it's probably definitely saved some time. That's for sure.
In the long run, right? The day that you worked on it, you probably saved days of time in the last couple of years. Frustration, probably.
It's definitely come in handy and made things a lot easier for the cans. So it's so easy to use. It makes it nice to be able to rotate stuff. So
so you built an organizer for this, and it took a little bit of time to source out the materials, manpower to put it together, but you're like, it was so worth it. Now I'm saving time every time I can. See how I just put that in?
I think I just used some scrap plywood and 2x4s that I already had here. So it was it was pretty easy.
Yeah, and you already had the stuff. You just had to put it together.
Yeah,
it's just like anything. It's just like anything, because the gear is always going to take up room or space somewhere. It has to. And ultimately, we don't want to be digging bottom just to find something that should just be at the top. You know, no one wants to dig through stuff. No one wants to look through a big box of like scrambled up gear and stuff like that. Paracord mixed in with some random ferrocerium rod. Where's the end of this? And yeah, frustration, right? Because no one likes to go for that. Because I know I don't. It's annoying.
Oh yeah, digging through boxes for
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, digging through
Or
boxes.
whatever, or whatever, right? Because it's not labeled or anything like that. It doesn't have a home, right? Because usually in the organization communities out there that do a lot of not just not homesteading directly, but organization in terms of organizing just stuff in general. Usually they say if you have a home for it, you're more likely to put it back in that spot. And if that home is relatively easy to access, you can pull things in and out. It doesn't just it's not just a mess or randomly everywhere. You're more
Yeah.
likely to use it more often.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get my dang garage.
Like
successfully
the can thing
organized.
with you for, right? I bet you after you built it, it's like, yeah, I just put a can down there, one more can. I just love using it now.
Now
I
if
bet
it
it was
would,
like that.
now if it would work with our glass canning jars, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
That's the next version for you, right? That's the next one.
Right. Yeah.
No, I'm serious though, right? That'll be the next version of it, and you'd be like, okay, let's.
I don't see a practical way that you could do that for glass. You'd have to have the
No.
glass upright.
No.
Wow.
The nice thing
I
is,
mean,
for most
like-
of that, we use it up anyway versus
Yeah.
the canned goods where it's constantly rotated. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, building an automatic can rotator would be pretty handy. I'm not gonna lie, I actually did enjoy going through, when I was unpacking boxes when I got moved down here. I actually did enjoy organizing the canned food that I had because I was just gonna go ahead and just eat it all, and like I said, just replace it with buckets of freeze dried for now in the interim until I decide to bring back canned goods again. But I did enjoy organizing everything by date. It was kind of fun, at least I only organized it by date of purchase. Like it was fun, like
That's what I want to
it's
hear.
tedious doing that, but it was kind of interesting.
Worth it at the end, right?
Because like there was kind of a sense of pride realizing, man, I have all of this canned food, and just think most Americans don't even have this in their pantry. I've got all this is enough food for enough person, for one person to last substantially for a very, very long time.
So that's actually a good point, and it kind of has a good segue into what I was going to mention now, because somebody in the chat on the side as well, over here, Daria Love Survival said, is there any way to kind of prevent SHTF type scenarios? And I think that what a person can do is increase the cushion that would happen for a community. So specifically, sorry, go ahead. What was the comment there?
I was going to say buffer zone. I've said this before. Ever since 2020, I've said it as the buffer zone because it buys you that time that you need.
That's a brilliant way to explain it. So
it's like lead time for like a tornado or something like that. You want more that buffer time, right? That way you can make choices. Do I want to dispatch this animal right now? This whatever, right? Do I want to start DC to right now or something like that? It gives you time. When you have time, you still have you have that option, right? Because now you still have time. When you don't have time, that's where it gets serious, right?
So that's exactly it. It's that, and then also making your community more aware of what to do. Increasing like common knowledge amongst your community is really important too. Brilliant question, and I think that you can't really prevent the SHTF type scenario unless you were to. So for different things, there's different ways. So if you wanted to prevent almost there's a lot of different, for each type of SHTF type scenario, there's a different way that you'd be able to kind of prevent that, right? So like if you want to
protect yourself, because you can't for example, the people in KwaZulu-Natal right now with the floods, they can't help it that their shit's getting flooded and that they're drowning and stuff. They can't stop that. But what they could have done is gotten to higher ground, and maybe
knowledge.
Get an inflatable boat or dinghy, like Uncle Al would say.
Sorry, CR, just 1 second. Like, knowledge has to be your biggest shield. So increase your community knowledge, I guess. Go ahead, CR.
I was gonna say about the flooding. Uncle Al would say, "Go get a dinghy, inflatable dinghy." That's what he would say. That's what Uncle Al would say. Get an inflatable dinghy, all right?
That's practical uses, as Uncle Al is always about, like, well, not just practical, but also being very creative. So it's good to understand that there's practical and functional ways in which you can make sure of that. But I think so I did a video where I spent a lot of time, not on my fitness channel, on my prepping channel, where I did an extensive study into SHTF type scenarios and which ones would be more likely globally, right? And when I say extensive, I put like a lot of energy into it and time. And when it came out again and again that WAR. So I'm not saying the word together. I guess you can say. Yeah, I'm sure you can say war, but war is definitely the greatest potential for any type of disasters across the world, because it's the one that repeats itself all the time. It's the most realistic one. It's one that can happen almost anywhere. There are tensions in places right now that are escalating as we speak. So in any type of scenario as well, preparing your community for that type of situation too. And the way that you would do that is to get to know the people in your area much more, increase your community. You'll be very charismatic when you meet people, and be friendly, and always be willing to offer a hand, because you never know when. You shouldn't do it because you want their help back, but you should always be willing to help wherever you can, because you never know if that person's going to help you back. And like, get to know people in a way. Take a second to just like greet them, wave. You don't even need to like engage too much, because I know we live in a world where there's a whole bunch of people that you might not want to engage with. You're getting involved with the wrong people, and they could see an opportunity to take advantage of you. There's a whole bunch of reasons like that. But the thing is, take a second just to be friendly, just to greet, and then as passing and stuff like that, and suss out people first as well. Get a good understanding of what a person's like, how they're involved with other people, and kind of get a bit of a sense of what they're like before engaging too much. But essentially, just keep on good terms and have a good demeanor with like everybody around you. And then you have the capability that if things do kind of get out of hand, that you can pull people together really quickly. I can say this. When I say this, I'm speaking from like my real life experience. I'm involved in my local crime prevention group. I'm involved in the Scouting Association locally. I'm involved in local hiking groups as well. I'm involved in the local, I assist quite often as well when they do like some of the surf life, like when they used to do, I was a little more involved. There's a lot of things like that you can get involved in that are in your area around you. And then when you're involved in that as well, like you can definitely, like, I don't know, just build more of a community. Sorry, you're seeing like the top of my head. It's really weird. There we go. So there. But anyway, my point is get involved in the community and do what you can to not be a loner and to be separated. And then when things go wrong, wonder why nobody's part of your community. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And be trustworthy. Oh my God. Be trustworthy. That's it. Just be honest. Be honest. No matter how much it hurts you to be honest, because if you're honest all the time, then you're reliable. If you have no reliability, people won't believe in you and you have nothing. That's the biggest thing. You've got to be so damn honest. My wife taught me to be honest. I was not an honest person in general, and then my wife is extremely honest. She taught me the value of that, and I'm so damn grateful for that. Be honest is all I'm saying.
Yep. I agree with that. Razor. Yeah, and I agree with what you said there, Guardian. Especially the last point, honesty.
Yeah, be transparent. If you don't know, then you don't know.
Not only
if you know a little, then you know a little.
Do what you're gonna say. Do what you say you're gonna do. So there's so many people out there who you get to know them, and we're gonna do this for you, and I'll be there for this or that, and show up when you say you're gonna show up. Do what you're gonna say. Do what you said you're gonna do, and it goes a long way.
Go the extra
Don't make
mile.
Promises that you can't.
As well,
Don't make promises that you can't commit to.
Yeah.
If you have to say maybe, then say maybe. Don't say, oh, for sure, and not for sure do it. Don't say that. Just say
And
maybe
look,
then first.
I get that everybody lies. Look, I'm not saying that I don't lie. Don't get me wrong. I
Are you
realize-
lying right there? You're lying right there. You're lying right there.
Yeah, man.
What a liar! No.
I get it. I get that we all like lie and stuff, but as soon as you acknowledge that and you try to work against that, that's great. When you actually think about what you're going to say before it comes out, and then you're like, wait, I don't want to be dishonest. You know what I mean?
To give you an
Hey,
example,
we good to see you, brother.
helped someone with something with the tractor, and they said, "Oh, I'll bring you a can of diesel to pay you back for that." That's perfect. That's awesome. Never did. How hard would it be? Like, it's not like I was expecting it, but now that you have said it, follow through on what you've said you're going to do.
Yeah.
Now you know for next time. Fool me once, right?
Well, that's just it. It's like, if you get to the point where you're helping out that much and you're not getting back what someone has said they were going to give back, or, you don't get that reciprocation. It's one thing if you're doing it out of the kindness of your heart. It's another if they're asking and you're providing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I love that. I will be 1 minute quickly. Just give me a second.
But it goes a long way to build that community as well and make sure everyone's getting along. You can depend on them, that sort of thing.
No, I agree with everything you guys have said.
So one more thing about that quickly before I do take a gap. So Jordan Peterson, who I will bring up, I know he's a controversial figure for some, but Jordan Peterson brings up a good point where he says that you should just lend some sugar from a neighbor every now and again. And that type of thing, such a simple thing, can actually increase like a friendship. It can build a bond. It can do all. I'm not saying be a burden on the people around you, but just it's a great way to start a little bit of a friendship,
Yeah.
Good point. If you know the neighbors.
Also, no, you just greet them slowly and friendly and build up that rapport. But also, as for Thor's situation too, make damn sure that you go return that sugar after you loaned it too. 'Cause you don't want
Yeah, be sweet in return, right?
Give them more
It
sugar
depends
than
if
they
it
owe.
was given as a gift or not. Like when we had another neighbor that moved in close to us, a new build and all that sort of stuff. We went over, said hi. I think we dropped off some honey and jam and stuff for him, and basically, welcomed him to our area anyway. So it's nice to do that sort of thing, and it's a great way to get to know your community and neighbors.
Yeah, and lead by example. Right?
Hey, Huga, good to see you, CB.
Huga, who came up with this idea, by the way, everyone. So, let's welcome Huga.
It's
Huga
also
says organizing is my New Year's resolution.
Huga, just start it right now. Just do it now. Just start it today. Don't wait till tomorrow. Start today.
Yeah, and that's what I'd love to do is take more time during my vacation right now and just organize some of my stuff. I have a big problem of throwing all my gear into containers and then forgetting where that gear is and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but we all go through that.
Yeah,
Everyone
yeah,
goes
but
through
it's
that.
like, again,
It's like putting stuff in all into one bag, right?
yeah. Now, if I had, shelvings or drawers or anything like that for my stuff, it would be a lot easier too.
they have Walmarts up there in Canada.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, I gotta ask. I mean, you guys don't have Target, so like, I gotta ask. So,
Our closest is an hour away. So
yeah, my favorite thing I've been buying from Walmart. I got to buy some more because, like I said, still got to finish organizing the garage. But I've been buying all those muscle rack shelves, the same muscle rack shelves that. Now, for those of you who might watch my water storage video, it's the same shelves I've been putting all my preps on. That's how I've been organizing my stuff. I need to buy some more because I've still got some more organization. It's got to still take place in the garage because part of that garage is supposed to be turned into a workshop. Part of it's supposed to be turned into a reloading station so we can start reloading shotgun shells again.
Well, can you highlight that comment, Shadow, that Farmer said just put out? about needing some organization. I've been watching these channels about organization, right? And they usually organize our stuff, not like tools or whatever, right? But you can learn from those channels in terms of like, it's just like who's that person that's famously known for organization? Oh yeah, the urban prepper. He's well known for doing this stuff, right? Color coded and stuff like that. You
Yeah.
don't always have to color code or you label every last thing per se, but having a home for said gear or item, wherever it is, right? Maybe like getting a new tool chest to put your stuff into, a fishing tackle box like Farmer's Son to put first aid supplies into, right?
Yeah.
He's done something like that, right? Those can help, right? I mean, even for me, I actually have a tool chest that I have fire stuff in. It's my fire chest, get it? And I just put the stuff in there.
There's a video from Nothing Fancy that I'm actually a part of, from Urban Prepper, that he had me send in a little bit of a segment of video for him as well, because he was having a bit of a conversation, a bit of a rag with Nothing Fancy, who you also mentioned earlier, and they were speaking about the utility and the functionality of having a moon bag, right? Like a utility kit on your waist.
A fanny pack.
A fanny pack, yeah.
Yeah.
So like.
Oh yeah, that video, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that one. You also saw me come in with my bike, and explain how it's a good idea to also support, the movement of having those type of moon bags. And I promise you that those, even though they're out of fashion in a lot of ways, have so much utility. I cannot go without them. As soon as I've been using them for quite some time, and even with my work, with my fitness, gear and stuff, with my outfit, like what I use to work out in, I've also got a more streamlined, but still like a moon bag like that. They're amazing, I promise.
Well, it's like me with cargo. I love cargo pants. I don't think I ever go back to wearing jeans ever again. I just love the fact that I've got additional pockets to store stuff and, just store, be able to carry a little bit more, freaking tools on me if I need to. Just everyday carry tools like an extra pocket knife and an extra multi-tool.
One of the nice things too about organizing is you take better care of your gear and keep it updated and that kind of stuff. So one of the problems I run into is like my flashlights, NVGs, that kind of stuff, those things. I always forget to buy backup batteries. Like I usually have batteries on hand, but every now and then I'll pull a flashlight out that I want to use. Or the other night I went to pull out my NVGs and I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't bought any batteries yet for those ones. I need to get that. Now, if I didn't have them at the bottom of the box and had to go search for them, I might, better keep it ready to go and in shape.
Well, yeah.
So
that's the number one thing about being organized is that it helps you be more ready.
Yeah.
Because it saves you time, right? Because you have the system to save you substantial time every moment. System. Get it?
And then with
came up with that long time ago.
You keeping your first aid kit organized allows you to restock it that much faster.
Well, the deployment of the first aid kit, for example, like something like having the gloves on the outside ready to go, right? To save you time, right? It can help. Because a lot of the time the organization will help you save time because you don't have to dig to the bottom, for example, set container bag or whatever. It's well organized. It's ready to go in terms of it's just like how I pack a backpacker, for example, right? First aid kit's easily accessible. For example, something like shelter components like a tent or a sleeping bag are more likely to need it at the end of the day, but I do need the first aid kit at the top, right? Something like food or whatever, I gotta sit down to do that, which means I have to unpack anyway, so a little bit lower. Maybe I have some snacks on the outside, the water's on the outside, something like that. You guys got all quiet there. But yeah, I mean, it's still...
Well, if you have everything organized, if something is broke, you can easily find it and change that.
Yeah, and hopefully before something major happens, right? Because you can do inventory.
exactly.
It's just like killers or whatever. You got to rotate those out, right? I keep them in a baggie. I write exactly what it is, acetaminophen, the date that it expires, right? The year that it expires with the month, right? That way, I just got to take a look. Oh, I still got a year on this. All right, you're still good. All right, because that way it just saves you that little bit of seconds later on, right? Because if you maintain the organization system, right, it'll keep saving you time because, I don't have to. Oh, I don't have to go back to the store for a little bit if I still have some for another year.
So I was actually, the reason why I didn't respond to either CR, I was looking for something specific. So I'm going to show you just quickly, so this vest itself, it straps up quite nicely, and its main function is for hiking, for going on medium to longer term hikes. And the reason why I like having it as well is if you look here, so I got at the moment, obviously it's cross-functional. I've got my GoPro over here at the top that I can store in there.
Oh, nice.
And I've got over here, there's another pocket on this side. I've got something, this stuff from, this is something, I'll tell you guys about it. So this is something that whenever I go camping and hiking,
that's so adorable.
I take this with me because my daughter gave this to me, and it's keeps me safe wherever I go. So I don't give a damn if you guys. I'm proud of it.
Morale. It's for morale. It's for morale. It's for
my
morale.
diving compass as well. So this is a hardcore, heavy-duty diving compass that I've dropped many times, and it'll take you through pretty much wherever as well. And then throughout this vest, it has so many different pockets and slides, and so much that I can store. I have extra cordage over there. I'll show you something else quickly. Extra paracord as well. So the idea is that the vest itself straps up nicely, and then my hiking pack goes over it nicely, and then my webcam goes on it with my webcam being on the front, so that I can walk and hike and then still take footage whenever I want and whatever. So the idea is having vests and packs like this. Okay, make it less big screen. So then it actually comes having all those extra pockets as well that you said, having those type of things is really functional, having an extra capability, and having cargo pants, as you said. Oh, I love cargo pants too, man. And also pants that can pants. The shirt is super grey, man. So I only did it because Thor was doing it. How, by the way? So also, having this and then having a moon bag on the side, having cargo pants, you can have almost your whole kit with you, for the most part, that's on you, and you can just be kitted out really nicely. But just make sure that your weight isn't too intensified, because then you'll struggle longer term.
Yeah, I love cargo pants myself, because you fit a lot of stuff in the pockets you have on your legs. So that's awesome. I prefer to have it. I don't wear jeans anymore because you have too few pockets on them.
Yeah.
So.
Well.
I rarely wear jeans.
Okay, fine. So I'm going to show you one more thing very quickly. If you speak about jeans, I'm going to show you the most absolute disaster-ready.
Is this show and tell? Are we having show and tell? We must be. We got all the fancy shirts.
But wait, there's more.
I'll be right back.
So you guys got the same commercials like we got over here in America. But wait, there's more.
I don't mind wearing jeans. I'll wear jeans quite a bit, but I usually carry around a messenger bag, or basically a laptop bag, that sort of thing.
So jeans themselves do lack the whole cargo pants thing and everything like that, right? But if you get a really good quality pair of jeans, something that is specifically jeans that are made for adventure motorcycling, these have knee pads.
Yeah, I was going to say built-in knee pads.
Yeah, so all the way through wrist and hip guards as well. Hip reinforcement, so that if something does hit you from the sides or from the knees anywhere, And then also the material, this specific material is extremely durable. And then not only that, but the interior, and I'll show you the interior at the top. So if you see, it's not just regular jeans either. Like, it's made specifically for very, very long-term rugged usage. And that's why jeans might not be that great. And it's the last thing that I'll show and tell, I promise. But yeah.
Oh, no. Don't worry. I got a segue for that. I can segue that.
Stuff, right? Have as much durable equipment as you possibly can, and then make sure to take care of it.
Exactly. I mean, if you want to wear jeans, you can always add pockets. That I know.
Yeah, as I said, biggest issue for me with pants is if the pockets aren't reinforced, if the crotch area isn't reinforced, that all that stuff will rip, especially the pockets. I've had some pants where getting in and out of the truck, I've had the pockets get caught on the door handle of the truck.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time.
And I ended up ripping the pocket on the side of ripping the entire pant leg from the pocket down. It's
I don't know if anyone ripped a pocket.
So frustrating.
See, that's why I'm not a big fan of backpacks.
That's why I'm not a big fan of pants.
That's why you're not a big fan of pants.
Or just keep the camera above the equator on your shirt. I just say.
Well, it's funny because my kilt has more pockets than my jeans do. It's more.
You know what? I'm glad you brought up the kilt, because I was about ready to say, I've seen some kilts, some quote unquote tactical kilts that have pockets.
Yeah, I've seen those too.
They have the nylon webbing just like a plate carrier would have, the Molly nylon webbing. I was like, okay, that exists.
I can actually respect that. I don't care. If it's part of your culture and it's also something that you were going to use anyway, but you want a more hardcore, durable one, hell yeah.
No. What I'm saying is that exists. I'm like, that's what, it's that's what I'm thinking, it's wow, that exists. There's a tactical, there is a tactical kilt. I was like, just when you thought you'd seen and heard it all.
Does it have Molly attachments at all?
Yes. I've seen them. They got the Molly webbing attachments. They've got the additional pockets.
Internal pockets.
Mine doesn't have Molly on it. I need to upgrade.
Well, just add it in.
Hey, you know what? Yeah. I'm sure if you go to 511's website, I'm sure they'll sell you a Molly webbed tactical kilt.
Yeah, probably. I have never seen tactical jeans. They should make some.
I think
they don't make it.
I was gonna say the closest thing I've seen that what Guardian Outdoors has shown is as far as pants and jeans are concerned. The only ones I've seen that made pants or jeans that were similar to that, where they got built-in knee pads and reinforced pockets and everything like that, been something that 511 would sell. In fact, I think 511 even sells pants where they might not have knee pads built in, but they got places where you can actually slide in pockets to slide in knee pads. I like 511. 511 makes some really good stuff. It's just, man, their stuff is expensive, really expensive.
I'm not a fan of theirs.
Sorry, go ahead.
I find I used to sell 511. I had a store, so we used to sell a ton of tack gear, and I got turned off by them because I made an order for a ton of stuff, and I think I ordered maybe 20, 30 pairs of pants that were tundra color. Well, there were 3 different color shades to them. So it's which one's the actual real color? And that just, to me, that was the kind of stuff I saw come out of 511. So I've never trusted them since, unfortunately.
I got you.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So in the North Americas, you guys just have a lot of, you should be grateful too that you've got a lot of access to stores such as that. Like we have way less limited. Like we have 2 outdoor stores in the whole city, like where I live in. So not just that, I mean, you can always import things and I get that too. But the thing is that having the stores and having like more of a...
I wouldn't want the cold weather.
See, I knew it. I was about to say that. At least it's warm there, GB. Complaining about it. At least it's warm.
You guys can have all your nice stores. I will have nice weather. Thank you.
That's why our tactical pants are insulated.
Well, I hope your tactical kilt is insulated too.
Oh,
No, I just gotta wear bigger socks.
Stocking up on it.
Yeah. It's bad on those winter storms when the snow blows and goes right up your kilt.
Yeah, because correct me if I'm wrong, but like I don't think the tradition is also wear some merino wool underwear too underneath there. It might be a Canadian tradition, maybe. Imagine.
Yeah.
I can only imagine things get uncomfortable. Especially if you're like going all Marilyn Monroe with that wind just really starts whipping up.
Sorry, sticker, my friend. I appreciate that.
Sorry to put that image in everybody's eyes.
All right, let's talk about something else.
Let's not talk about Thor doing his impression of
All right,
Marilyn Monroe.
Someone also
Fire.
mentioned diversifying your preps.
Sorry, I gotta shut up. I gotta shut up. We were diversify. We were talking about pants, but how we don't always wear.
No, you went from pants to kilt. No. Draft.
in all the time that I spent prepping and stuff, I never ever went through quilts either. It wasn't ever like a focus that I was really interested in. It was never like taken seriously.
Okay, Shadow, this is where you take over and
donate 210 yen.
So I was going to say on diversifying your preps, I've gone the opposite way now. I'm kind of streamlining.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
Again, my plan is to get home, not to bug out from where we are, because we're
more like a get home bag.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm getting rid of stuff that, I think I've got like 20 flashlights and all that. So I just threw out a bunch that were older, updating the ones, keeping the ones that are good quality that I really like, getting rid of other stuff. So I don't know if that's what you guys were meaning by diversifying, but I'm finding I'm streamlining versus.
Well, I mean, streamlining is part of organization too, right? Because when you're organizing something, you take things that are scattered, right? And sometimes you gotta funnel it back down to like the good stuff. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you have that junk drawer of stuff, right? I've seen it from our channels, even the bigger channels, right? They have these containers in the basement that's full of stuff, right?
Yeah.
They gather from promotion, people giving away from giveaways and all that stuff, right? And they're trying to reorganize that stuff. And usually what I do is I'll put it into another bag that could use it, or give it to someone that can use it, right? Oh, I don't need this Ferrocerium run. I got 6, 7, right? It's kind of short. I don't like it that much, but it still can be useful, right? It's still got something, right? So I'll dedicate that to like a get home bag or something like that maybe I didn't have one, or a small fanny pouch that I have, put it into, right? That way it has a home again. Yet I can still use it, but it's not in this one spot anymore. And it's more organized, right? Because now I actually have something inside that kit to help me with starting a fire or something like that, versus, throwing stuff out and having things just scattered everywhere. I don't like stuff scattered everywhere. I like some form of organization or home for it, because I hate finding things. It's the most annoying thing. I think we can all agree with that, right? Finding things is very annoying.
Yeah, having to go look. Yeah, try to find.
Yeah,
stuff.
because you've already heard from your friends or even from yourself. You spend 20 minutes trying to find one item that you should be able to see easily, right? I find I had it in here. I thought I left it in this bag, right? I think the backpacks have helped me reorganize some stuff like tins and all that stuff. I've used the tins for the fire stuff. A lot of the bushcrafting community uses tins, right, to organize your fire stuff, like their flipping steel and stuff like that. Their layers. I like to use the tins too now for the organization of the fire stuff, just because it just goes hand in hand, right? I can make charcoal if I need to, put a candle in there if I need to. It organizes it because it's contained in there. And generally, if I see a tin, I generally think it's going to be probably fire, unless I named it differently. Because a lot of the times I've noticed more and more that all my fire kits are becoming tins a lot more. Like there's always a tin in there, you know, with matches, lighters, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. See, I'll just keep continuing on. There's 5 people on the panel. And I'll be the only one
we're
talking.
being polite.
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, you got Shadow there. He could always pipe in,
Yeah, this is history.
Yeah, history.
Yeah. Sorry, I just seeing our
All right, what did Thor go and get?
This is what I was talking about with needing to streamline.
Yeah,
Nice
I get
Yes, bro.
what you mean. I get what you mean.
That is
So,
perfect. That's so good.
I had, I think it was like 4 Phoenix waterproof flashlights that I had in the drawer behind me here. I'm like, they're just sitting there.
Junk drawer.
Yeah, just junk drawer. And I'm like, I need to keep them because they're waterproof. I might use them one day.
Yeah, I understand.
My Surefire is waterproof. This Phoenix is waterproof. That one's waterproof. I'm like, why am I keeping these dive lights that are waterproof? So, yeah.
Waterproof lights and flashlights are
Well,
really
what I have
you
to
don't need to
ask
worry about them.
for what I have to ask you is, do your other kits, your vehicle, have a flashlight already? Like that?
Yeah. So
Maybe you can substitute in or upgrade in like the vehicle kit, for example.
Yeah, so I've got a couple flashlights in the truck, and then I've got one big one too that I can charge with the auxiliary in the truck. So
I have to show you a toy. I wasn't going to show you another thing, but
Here we go, more show and tell.
actually,
so this one is a really nice one that's also got a solar panel on it as well, just a little mini solar panel, and then it charges other devices too. So when it's fully charged, and it works surprisingly well for something, a lot of them are gimmicky, so you got to be careful of like things that are solar like that. But this one's from Hybrid Light, and it works so amazingly well. And I've had it for I think half a decade now. And every time I go camping and stuff as well, just leave it out for a bit. It charges for itself, and then it works really, really nicely too. So yeah, I don't know how many lumens, but it's good.
For just to get back to you into this flashlight thing, just to help you out, right? I would say, think about it anyways, is that can you put these flashlights into more specific area so it can help you, let's just say in your vehicle, for example, your truck, for example, maybe you have that extra one in the back with the spare battery or something like that, maybe in a washer, maybe that you didn't have a light in that doesn't have a window for it. Yeah, stuff like that, right? Just so
we're on the back of our bed. These 2 here I grabbed from behind me in the thing here, but all of them have batteries, but my favorite one is the one that doesn't have any batteries. So,
well, then you should every day carry it then.
Yeah, I got to order some more PR123s. So,
I mean,
I do like the streamlining, like the gear, so that way everything shares common components and stuff like for flashlights. For me, ideally I would like them to all share the same batteries or something.
That would be
like that.
so nice because that one takes CR123s. Where's the other one?
Probably got one that takes
AA?
double A's and no one
There's
takes triple
one
A's.
of the Phoenix ones I have will take
Or the 18650.
double A's as well as the CR123s. So it's a neat one that, but when you walk, you can kind of hear the double A's rattling around in them. So,
Okay, I see.
yeah. So I prefer to use the CR123s in them.
He prefers to
But
use
you
the CR123s because the CR because it reminds him of
Exactly.
CR.
There, I didn't even say that.
And those
Where'd that
batteries,
come from? Where'd
those
that come
batteries
from?
are hungry too.
Yeah. Because CR don't eat the batteries.
You guys
That
are
would be
taking
really
every
tough
moment to
digest.
rub that in. Hey? Just rub it in like a seasoning, right? Just rub it in like salt.
Or I don't mean to ask you this, but only because I only have to say it's just because the CR123 batteries.
Okay. I'm stating.
Or do you have a 12 gauge shotgun?
Yep.
I have had a lot of fun taking old spent CR123 batteries and loading them up in a shotgun shell and just shooting at things. It's just the childish part of me. I've done that several times. I did a video of it a couple of years ago, shooting a CR123 battery out of a shotgun. Let's just say you don't want to get hit by one of those, but like they really do pretty much vaporize as soon as they hit a steel plate.
You need a good storage for the batteries too. If
Yeah.
you have some extra.
I know I've got some CR123 batteries because I do have a couple of flashlights that are meant to mount to weapons that are take CR123 batteries. For the most part, I keep them in their original packaging, but as soon as I have to open up that packaging, then that whole storage method goes out the window. Those batteries are probably packed away with the gun parts right now because I'm still, believe it or not, I'm still unpacking, even though I moved down here back in June. Still unpacking. This is part of the reason why I need to get those some more shelving in the garage so that way I can unpack the rest of the boxes and get everything organized because I've still got gun parts that are sitting out in the garage, and these aren't like anything like real special. It's like butt stocks for like shotguns and butt stocks for rifles and stuff like that. Nothing cool.
Yeah, it's just spare stuff that
Nothing
you have.
fancy.
I see what you did there. I see. Yeah. I was gonna say so because let's use this as an example, right? Flashlights. It could be knives, it could be pocket knives, or whatever, food, whatever, right? In terms of looking at it, like what do we actually have here, right? We got different kind of flashlights that take different kind of batteries, right? And we want to organize this in such a way that it helps to be more ready. Not have to. Where the hell did I put this flashlight? Where's the matching batteries, right? Let's avoid that kind of excitement, right? Especially if it's a serious situation, right? If it's in the dark, you want to be able to find your flashlight. Know exactly where it is. Even be able to feel it.
We're gonna get asked to flash next.
You're gonna get what?
Where'd that come from?
In the comments, flash your boots. Are your boots closed?
So I was gonna say for I guess the primary batteries that you would use are like the way in those CR123s.
Yeah, because I've got at least one.
You're not using AAAs or 18650s much.
No, and I do have ones that take those, but I find it a pain in the butt just to recharge those. And like my one helmet light takes CR123s. So
I didn't think CR123s
NVG6,
were.
CR123.
I didn't think those were rechargeable.
The 18560s. Yeah, they make
650.
a rechargeable version of those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they do.
I'm only familiar with the stuff that's basically disposable once it's used up.
No, they're nice though because they are powerful. They last a while. The interesting thing though is I've tried to use them in some of the lights that take the CR123s, but depending on the size of the flashlight, some will fit, some won't.
Mm. I see. So for you,
That's actually not such a bad thing to do. Iron Firehorse like that. That's pretty smart. Like buying something like that that's functional specifically if you found them comfortable and you just wore that specific pair. I'm all about that. I think that simplicity and having minimalism in a certain way is just a practical thing to do. I don't know if you know about that whole movement where people wear like a specific one color shirt. Like they'll wear they'll have a specific color shirt that they wear and that's pretty much all they do because it saves them on time, like choosing clothing because then they just wear that shirt and they go. That's like a whole thing. Like I don't want to get too into it, but essentially it's pretty interesting.
well, we could talk about that next time. GP. Hey. That'll be for another topic. We'll talk about minimalism and
I'd say like
I just gotta ask, don't them tires rotate when you drive?
That's interesting.
Kaylin says RCR123s are rechargeable and the CR123s are not.
Well, I guess the R means rechargeable, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because I knew all there's rechargeable versions of like almost every battery, if not all.
I mean,
right.
I do remember back in the day, back when I was younger, my parents, they had this Buddy L brand battery charger, and
probably for alkalines.
Well, I mean, even though the alkalines were stamped non-rechargeable, we still put them on the charger anyway. We recharged them, and yeah, they would work. It just probably not as good as a brand new battery. and over time, those batteries did start to leak. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like with any rechargeable, it will eventually stop charging in time.
Yeah.
Leaking batteries are not fun to deal with or handle
especially
at all.
I think this is why a lot of in the preparedness community have gone away from alkalines and like the lithiums and the rechargeables, right? Because they don't have that to do that. Right.
Actually, a lot of the rechargeable batteries are lithium, but the downside of
no, I mean like nickel and I.
Nickel hydride.
Yeah, right.
Actually,
those are still common.
The nickel cadmium hydride batteries, those are going to the wayside because, like I said, lithium is pretty much taking over everything by storm. The only thing I hate about lithium is that the batteries, for some reason or another, can become unstable and basically explode or catch fire.
Yeah, and the problem with the lithium batteries is when they begin to burn, they are nearly impossible to pull out.
Yeah.
The firefighters, if they get to a fire with lithium, caused by lithium, they just leave it. They just keep an eye on it and let it burn down.
I think it's
because it's so hard to pull it out.
Yeah, and I think it's the same way with those newer electric cars with the lithium batteries. Whenever they have they run into a Tesla where the car catches fire, it's the battery that caught fire. They literally can't do anything other than to spray water and keep the general area cool because all they can do is cool the area down. They can't put the fire out.
The real ones to ask where your go bag or get home bag or some sort of go bag is. We'll just say in general. Because we all four has a go bag.
Flash your bug out bags.
All right.
I'd have to go grab my get home bag out of my car.
I got an everyday carry item. Does that count?
Isn't there usually much more money involved when a person asks you to flash something like that, though?
Like I said, I'm worried about what he's going to ask the flash next.
No, for real though. So my bag is it's an interesting question, because I mean you should have it close enough that if you needed to quickly just grab it and run, you know. So mine is in the room. I'm just a little bit lazy at the moment. but
Oh, come on, Guardian. Just show us, like.
He showed us.
Strap on it or something.
I've already done so much show and tell, guys. Like,
Yeah, I was about ready to say he's showing
I've
us
reached
a
my
lot.
limits in quota in my show and tell. I have videos on all my gear though. Like if you guys want to subscribe, you can go subscribe to my channels.
Go subscribe, watch all my videos.
Watch all of my videos.
There's gear pretty much throughout all my videos as well. Like also my main bug out is so I think community is my gear. Like in a lot of ways, like community is definitely like the most fundamental part of my bug out kit. I have a community of people that I've earned a good rapport with for a long time, and I definitely think that we would stand together through pretty much anything. And that's essentially my greatest bug out bag. But essentially, like for myself personally, I also have my Honda Transalt, my XL 700, my adventure motorcycle. So that is like for me a thing that I'm really close to, and that I could do a lot of scouting with. But we also have the capacity to move as like a bigger unit, a community group. I'm not saying that me and my bike couldn't do anything. I'm saying for scouting purposes and that type of thing, it's quite interesting how technical terrain I can also cross with it, even though it's a bigger, larger bike. So yeah, just essentially, like that's a good question, but I definitely can't show anything else this evening. Shadow, how close is your bug out bag?
It's your turn. It's your turn.
Shadow. Oh wow! If you reach it from the top there,
Arms reach. Wow, this is closer than ours.
You did it so confidently too. The way you reached up there, I swear you were going to pull out a.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God.
This one? Oh, I just give it up here.
Yeah, just angered by the question almost. Like, what do you expect of me? You know, I'm sure.
Well, we have fun. That's
Clearly.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest. I ain't got any bug out bags. All of my bags are pretty much geared for getting home. They could double as bugging out for a brief amount of time, but that's not their main purpose.
Yeah. If need be, they could help you in situations.
Yeah.
Usually they still have some sort of gear, right? Water, food, and some sort of supply.
They're mostly around food and water and like extra changes of underwear and socks.
Yeah.
No t-shirts or anything like that, just extra underwear and socks. You know, you go a long way with an extra change of underwear and socks.
Yeah. Well, usually
practical.
I can grab that.
Yeah.
So there's also the whole thing where the whole having a really, really good knife, right? Always, like it comes down to this with all the gear and everything like that. That it always comes down to what is the one item absolutely that you have to have the best of, and that's never, you should never kind of worry about the expense in certain ways. Like you can try and budget for certain other items and gear and stuff like that just because something's expensive, not a chance doesn't mean it's good. Sometimes you can go to like a fair or like a market or something like that where sometimes people are selling some of their older stuff and you can pick up some extremely awesome gear that they don't make anymore, that they just legitimately like don't make these days. So because something's expensive, like it definitely comes down to not being as valuable. But just making sure that you have a really, really good knife, and that's where you shouldn't spare any expenses. Knives specifically, have like also 2 is 1, 1 is none, right? So like having like 2 really, really good knives that you can carry through and that you can depend on no matter what. I think that that's one of the most absolutely important preps that a person can have. That just kind of like speaks to this conversation that we're having about gear.
Yeah, speaking of that, this is my favorite.
That's such a nice knife. That really is. Like, I love that knife of yours.
That's
Can you-
not a knife. I'm sorry. You knew you were all thinking about that. We are.
I was-
Yeah,
This
no,
one-
I was thinking about Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, that's a knife.
Look at that blade. How pretty is that knife?
This one
That is
has-
such a nice
This
looking
knife
knife.
has never failed me. This one has never failed me. It works perfectly
What is that?
all the time.
Is that Benchmade cold steel? What is that?
No, this is Falkniven A1.
Those are
I'll be
nice.
honest with you, I've never heard of it. I
A
don't. You know,
Swedish
thick.
knife,
Yeah.
Oh, it's Swedish.
well,
Yeah.
that makes
5
sense.
millimeter thick blade.
You Swedes have cutting tools down to a science. Saws,
Yeah.
axes, knives,
I know, right?
especially the axes.
Yeah.
But This
That's
is
it.
an expensive
More.
knife.
So I'm saying it's definitely not a problem. It's something that you should do. Even if you got to save up for a good knife over time. I mean, I know that the economy is rough at the moment and inflation's like really rough on everybody. But the thing is, if you do save up a bit as well,
Yeah.
and I mean, most of us have a trustworthy knife as we're speaking here as well, but just something that like people should definitely invest in.
Knife and a compass. Two things I don't want to cheap out on.
Yeah, you saw the diving compass earlier, right? I love that thing, man. Like, I can't tell you how great that is.
I will say this much. I mean, if you can't afford the good item right now, get what you can afford at the time and then look at upgrading.
Yes, that's also
It's
true.
better just at least have your base covered.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point to point out. And also, there's that whole saying where the one that you have now is your best one. What is it? How does he say that?
Yeah,
Open out.
This is Opinel. This is a really nice knife. Really nice folder. Affordable. This cost around. I got this for Christmas, so I didn't pay for it. But this,
Open out.
when I checked it up, it cost around 200. So that's around 20 US dollars. So
That's open no, isn't it?
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
number
Yeah.
8.
That's
Yeah,
such a
yeah.
good-
They're France made. Right.
Will you do you use that as
Pretty
a carving knife for carpentry and stuff, for small scale carpentry, Shadow? Or do you have another knife that you'd use for like small scale crafts and carpentry type work?
I prefer for a Mora or something similar, but this will do for carving as well. So
Yes.
because you have this locking ring,
Yeah, yeah.
you can't fold it back until you twist it.
So it depends on how you craft.
Oh,
as well.
nice. I like that. I like that locking mechanism. That way, yeah, you know for a fact that your knife isn't going to accidentally close up on you. I've had that happen before. I mean, when I'm using a knife for cutting or for carving purposes.
Hey Nancy, good to see you, ma'am.
Have a knife blade close on your fingers. It's not fun.
Yeah.
I agree. And this cannot fold over your fingers or snap over your fingers. Not
At least
a
not
chance.
accidentally.
Yeah.
At least not
Not
accidentally.
accidentally. No,
Anyways, okay.
it's what I like with this is it's a simple construction, simple design.
Kind of goes back to what Thor was saying earlier. Streamlined.
Compared to a knife like this.
Oh,
is
yeah,
a
that
line
has a-
lock.
Yeah, that's a line.
This has a tendency to fail than this will. So, and besides, this one is heavier than this one is.
Yeah. Right now, I used
If I was down in my offices, I could start flashing stuff, but like,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You're feeling a bit.
You mean
you're
gear? Oh,
pressing up.
okay. I was just making sure. I wasn't sure where we're going with this.
gear specific.
Okay.
Yeah. Right now I use Kershaw. That's the one I'm using right now for knives because they're pretty cheap. They're pretty affordable. You can get them for like $20.
I mean, I've been using this. I still have this 70-year-old Mora that I've been using. I've actually brought it out camping with me. It's already made feather sticks, helped me build a fire and stuff like that. I've actually been on wood with it to a certain degree, but I mean, I got that for next to nothing. Like
They're
literally
such
next
good
to nothing.
quality too.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that I'm still using something that's 70 years old, right? So it's just like it's seen some better days, right? But it still functions. It still cuts. I can still make feather sticks.
Still here.
It's still functional. It works. I mean, I got some newer Moras now, but I mean, like, I can just see the difference in like craftsmanship, right? How mass production has changed things over time. Or no? No.
Yeah, Kaylin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now it's locked even when it's closed. So
Yeah. You gotta be careful with those knives that have a liner lock because it can slip out. And besides, it's still a working joint or part, right? So it can fail. A working part that can fail in it,
Yeah.
right? Even the best of them, right? It can still fail. Stuff like that.
the one I have is number 8. It's a classic adventure SS number 8 leather lace. That's the name of it. So the model I have. So
I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something. I'll be right back.
yeah, okay.
I'll be AFK and not listening. I'll be back.
I just got a new sharpener. I had one of those ones that's the V, and you can have it in your hand. I use that forever for traveling and for going out back and that sort of stuff. But I just upgraded to one that I really find useful because now I'm sharpening the knives more when I'm butchering than when I'm going out back.
As long as you have access to a bit of excess water, like you can use a whetstone for the longest time as well.
Yeah.
So that's the new one I use now for at the house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And basically, with this one, it makes it so simple. You just drop your knife in and drag it back.
No, I like that.
Okay, I never seen anything like that before. That was a cool one.
So these two are spring loaded. And then this here's your guide for your knife. So as you drag it down, those just put pressure against your knife.
Nice. I bought a knife sharpener. I need to get it. One of these days, need to test it out. Do a video.
Yeah. I use if I can find it, but I use a diamond sharpener that works. it's this size and it's flat. You have one yellow side and one red side. One is coarse and one is fine, and that works perfectly.
So I mentioned whetstone, but like my wife was just saying as well, you can even use a plate if you're in a real stickler. Like if you,
But it must be a ceramic plate.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's a very nice, convenient one if you like in the kitchen. And
I'm
not just-
assuming it's probably going to be the backside of the ceramic plate, like right
Yes,
around the lip
yes,
where
the
it's
bottom.
there's no glaze
coarse
on it.
edge. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. That would have never occurred to me.
it's a South African traditional, like making use of pretty much anything we can. Like,
No,
yeah.
it's good. It's real good. I'm not making fun of you. I'm not joking. You know,
Yeah.
I like it. It's thinking outside the box there.
No, it's good. There's a lot of like home style treatments and stuff like that that are actually traditional down on this side. Like it's really cool. Like I don't say it like in a light way. Like I think it's fantastic and interesting, and just being able to look at different ways to do things when you don't have all the things that you'd usually need. You know.
Vanessa says DMT stones. I just picked up the coarse, fine, extra fine, and extra fine folders to have a more portable sharpening system. Okay, good to know. I did most of my brother's knives in his kitchen Christmas Day. Yeah. I have seen people do it on the bottom of a ceramic mug. Bottom of the mug is not usually glazed around that ring. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have seen people do it on fuse that are made of ceramic material. You have in to your homes. You can sharpen your knives on those too.
Nice.
And those works really good actually to sharpen your knives. I put gardening tools in a bucket of sand.
Sorry, my cat was acting really, really cute, and I had to go pick him up and give him.
Smooth stones near rivers works too. Yeah.
I don't have a cat. I got a basset hound.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a really big dog to have in your lap.
Yeah, he's 70 pounds. Yeah.
That's a good sized dog. No, my cat, he woke up. He was all curled up, and then he woke up and he started yawning and stretching. It was like so adorable. I had to pick him up.
Well, at least he's not clawing at your feet.
Yeah, no, he's not being ornery. I think it's probably because it's cold in here right now. Like my room is like 50, like I want to say like 55, maybe 56. That's like what, 12, 13 degrees Celsius. It's a little chilly for indoor room temperature. I'm not gonna lie, a little chilly. Like for outdoors, that's it's outside, but for inside a house, it's a little chilly.
So what are you guys talking about now? I missed the last like 5-7 minutes.
No, you said that at least your cat's not biting your feet, and it's like, of course he's not biting my feet. It's chilly right now. He's curled up, trying to keep warm. Like I said, my room's a little cold right now. Because right now, if I step outside, it's probably like in the mid 50s. So like I said, probably about 12, 13 degrees Celsius, but it'll probably feel nice because it got that radiant heat coming off the sun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Nice.
I'm
Just
going
working-
for a bathroom break. I'll be back in
30
a minute
seconds.
or 30 seconds. Yeah.
45. I'm counting 45.
I think we're like -3 right now outside.
Yeah. I would
Inside
imagine
-3. I think it's like
I would
minus
imagine things
1
aren't
here.
going to start warming up until at least June over there.
Yeah.
So I remember living in Colorado, which is, still very, very much further south than where you guys were. Things like we still got snow all the way up till, the last week of May. So,
Yeah, well, I've seen snow in May too. April and May.
I'm not shocked for you guys because you're in Canada. I'm just saying in Colorado, though, it's like
Oh, it's just a foot of snow.
I just don't remember seeing snow as late as friggin' May, especially out there in the plains of Colorado. Like I understand up in the mountains because you're talking like
Altitude.
yeah, you're talking like 14,000 feet elevation.
But you're talking about like in the valley areas, right? Or
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not talking the valleys. I'm talking about being out in the eastern side of Colorado, and you're out in the plains, the grasslands. It's all flat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The most you.
Well,
got
when I say
more
valleys,
hill.
I'm also meant like prairie type land, like flat. Yeah. See, he's back. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
45 seconds. I told you 45 seconds.
Did you watch your hands?
I always do.
Did you dry them off? No.
I always do.
So what were you guys talking about? I don't know if you guys were still talking about the knives.
I don't know. We did briefly start talking about basset hounds.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? In terms of organization, all right, you gotta even for your pets and your livestock, right? You gotta keep that stuff organized. I think for Haven, you would, right? You gotta keep tabs on everything, all that stuff. Change the bedding, right? Change the cat litter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Take out that stuff. Right? Have enough of it. And all this stuff, right?
Here's one thing I found out. At least for pet food, if you got cat or dog or whatever, gotta keep that rotated on regular because the oils in that food will break down, go rancid, and cause the food itself to go rancid, and then it won't be any good to feed to your dog or cat. You make them sick.
Yeah, then you bring a like, oh, I gotta clean up this mess now.
Yeah, well, I'm worried about making my cat sick to the point where he could potentially die. Vomiting would be one thing, and
Taking to the vet is nerving, and all that stuff that comes from. Oh, I should have been more proactive and rotated the stuff more frequently.
There's actually a lot of illnesses that a cat can contract that are very similar, or if not the exact same as what a human can contract.
I have 3 cats. So
You got 3 cats, man.
yeah.
How old are all of them? I know you said one of them was like 11 or something like that.
Nah, my not my first cat, but the eldest is about 5 or 6, 7 years old.
Okay.
And the other one, she has probably 3.5, maybe.
Okay.
And the third one, we got her recently, so we had her for 2 weeks now, 1.5, 2 weeks. Yeah. So she's probably 2.5 years old.
Oh, okay.
I was going to grab the hound dog, but I think he's fast asleep. Odin. Odin.
You named him Odin? That's so you.
That's so you. I agree with that.
Come here, hound dog.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, he didn't even have to get close to the camera and I'd seen, holy crap, that is a big dog.
Oh yeah.
That's an awesome temperament though as well. You can see that he's got like, a great heart. Like that's the thing about like that breed as well. Like they're just, I don't know, there's just something about like the warmth that they have,
Oh, then you can do this too.
That's good, Kaylin.
Where's your rabbits? Huh? Where's your rabbits? Are there rabbits outside?
Got extremely good trackers here.
Oh, where's your rabbits? You want to go outside and get the rabbit? Go get the rabbit? Go find the rabbits. He'll be gone now for 15 minutes looking for some rabbits.
Does he actually bring back a rabbit?
Oh no.
Oh.
We've had some before where he's caught them, but he doesn't do anything. He's like, wants to lick them or, sniff them or kind of play with them, but that's it.
Yeah, I could see the way he looks up at you. That is like not the most aggressive.
Yeah, it's gonna slobber all over you.
Yeah, and probably drool over you too.
Yeah.
It adds to their personality,
Yeah, it is.
You gotta just, and it's because they're part of your family too, right? So you don't like mind the slobber when they're yours, like they're part of your pack, basically.
Don't everyone talk at the same time now.
We're waiting for your turn, CR. Like we've
No.
been
No. I feel like I talk too much.
Yeah,
Be quiet. I'm just gonna be quiet here.
I definitely have spoken more than anybody on this panel.
Yeah.
Like,
Theo has not talked that much.
No.
Well,
I
he-
have.
He's talking, but not that much, as he usually do.
Wait. What is that supposed to mean?
You love to talk,
I just
CR.
I'm just glad
No. I'm just making conversation.
that I've got some
I'm just
conversation.
using the CR word. Conversation. All right. People, our audience here wants to hear us out, right? They didn't come here just to see our faces or icon.
Oh, my cat decided to go ahead and take my chair, take my seat.
But yeah.
Here, since my cat's already taken my chair, I'm gonna hand my headset off to him, and he's gonna talk. You can talk to Snook.
Well, what? Purring?
All right. It'll be a mouthful. I'm glad Bob's not here. He would have fired me like 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
I already had to fire you once in his wake there because
Bob would be down for
Yeah, I
a
haven't seen-
year or two.
Yeah, it's actually somebody that's got a lot of knowledge on different types of craftsmanship as well. Is Bob? Like he can create all sorts of things. Like he's actually somebody that, and it applies to most people. You know, like if you were willing to learn from people and just kind of take them from what they're capable of teaching you as well. Like people obviously just look over people very easily too if they're not on the same kind of frequency as them. I can put it that way. So just being able to learn from different types of people and I'm speaking about just vast variety of people as well. But Bob specifically, if you listen to some of the ways that he's planned out things as well, and some of the ways he's able to put things together, it's very, very, very clever. Like he really like. I love the trolley. I don't know if you've seen his like cart that he built as well.
Yeah.
And in a lot of situations, that's very functional. Like it has practical use to it as well. The way that it's set up and. It's just important to listen to.
Cat takeover.
There we go, Shadow. That's a very cute cat, by the way. That's adorable. I wish my daughter, she's awake right now. She'd like really love that. Can you show us one more time, but gently? Just.
I see the tail.
Cats. Oh, that's so cute, bro. That's really awesome.
Yeah, now he's a streaming cat. The new channel, Streaming Cat.
No, it's good. Like they provide a lot of comfort to a home. They really do.
Yeah.
See, this should be a topic for you in the new year, Shadow. Prepping with pets, and you guys can all come back with your pets, right?
Well, it's important to have some preps for your pets too.
And that's something that I.
And the topic. It's a topic. I know you haven't done this topic yet, because I'm almost here all the time, except for last week because I forgot it was on Friday. Last week, I forgot. I was just like, damn
well,
it.
It's okay, Sierra. No problem.
I wasn't the only one though.
Yeah, I forgot to.
Yeah, I think the change of the evening as well definitely shakes things around sometimes. So the whole pets conversation, without getting into too much, you can obviously the same thing look into how people were able to work alongside pets in the past, like horses, all the different type of livestock animals as well, horses. Even like with Thor, he's got like the most amazing livestock over there as well, like the
Highland cattle.
Yeah, those are amazing. And just looking at different ways that people have used that capability in the past.
I know.
No. Too dark.
Thor, I know you're
dark,
not.
We can't see the
reflection.
Reflections in the light.
I know you ain't raising those cattle as pets, but when I see all that frizzy fur on them, I would have a hard time butchering those, because they're not like regular cattle.
But I also know that like it's what we raise them for.
Yeah.
So it's either we do it or someone else is going to do it for us. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also part of farming. It's definitely the person has it in them or they don't. And if you're a farmer, then you just kind of like understand that it's subsistence and that life is life. It's just important that way. Like it's just we've been doing it forever, and it's the way that people are. It's such a taboo topic these days, and it shouldn't be. It's just logical and it's just practical, and it doesn't. We've survived that way for the longest time, and having that capability to be able to survive off the land in that way is just beautiful. It's just something that's
it's crazy because
no dear
love
survival. My cats have no bug out jackets.
Not yet.
It's natural, and it's like something that everyone in the world does basically is harvest animals for food, and we can't really teach it on YouTube. It's crazy. So you can, but chances are you won't be. You'll get a strike or something.
Yeah, or your video against your will will be made private. I've had that happen before.
Yeah.
I think it goes to like I'm also cautious. I just try and have respect for somebody if it's their option to go that route. If they prefer to be like vegan or vegetarian or something like that, I can understand. they might have their purposes, or pescatarian, whatever. It's just for myself. It's I don't know. It's a difficult one. Like I really enjoy meat. I really do.
Yeah. No,
Watch meat a lot.
I'm the same way. I enjoy meat too. I just, I know for those particular cattle that he has.
Hey, McBean, good to see you.
I'd say cattle in general for me.
I'm back.
If I'm going to be butchering it, I would need at least a 22 caliber pistol or something to put it out, because like I couldn't. For me, I don't know if I could do the whole slit the throat thing, because like I just want to have a quick, painless death. That's for me.
Yeah, no,
respecting the animal as best I can.
So yeah, we have a family of ours that farm as well, and it's just something that's it's not easy. It's really not easy. There's a lot that goes into it, and I can respect the effort that goes into people that are farmers as well. And it's I've got a cousin on my wife's side that also does bee farming, and he does some proper agricultural farming as well. And the effort that you go through to try and make sure that when you live that life and the hardships, that not everybody can do that. There's a lot that goes into it, like a lot of emotion that goes into it, a lot of like it's a lifestyle. It's something that you really got to commit to, and if you don't, like, you can fail so easily, and you can just make a complete mess up of it. So you got to be in it, and I don't have it in me. I don't have that like capability. But I also think that it's the whole thing where what irritates the hell out of me is people that will say that, like, they'll be against it. They'll like be completely against that, but then they will go and like buy like fast food and stuff as well. So that's also a whole different thing. It's just so stupid. Anyway.
I saw a comment Iron Firehorse made about one of the electric stun ones, and no, we don't have that. So for our pigs, we use 22. For the cows, I actually use a shotgun with the slug.
Oh, okay.
So, and like, I was debating, should I say it or not? Because it's like, I don't know how much you can say and not. I don't want to get your stream all screwed up here, Shadow. But
I don't know.
We actually place it on the central nervous system. So when the cow goes down to feed like this, I place the slug right behind the head, and the cow drops like that. So
hopefully you've never had one roll on top of you after it's happened, because
no, we've done 3, and it's like they go straight down. There's no movement, nothing. Whereas the pigs, they'll start kicking sometimes. So it's
yeah. Again, that's like I said, I'm not against killing animals to eat them. I just don't. I want to be humane about it. That's my only thing. It's like, it's got to be humane. When taking them out, I'm not sadistic against an animal that I would normally in other circumstances view as harmless. It'd be one thing if it was like an aggressive dog that wasn't trained well, by its owners, and it was trying to harm a little kid or trying to harm other dogs or harm other animals like neighborhood cat or something like that. Then that's a different story. But like for me, if you're tell me, okay, we're gonna butcher this cow, it's like, okay, I gotta have a way to make sure that I can assure myself that I've put it out of its misery immediately. It's not the suffering hasn't been drawn out unnecessarily.
Yeah, and that's just it. It's like the sirloin, the one we just harvested. We had to bottle feed him as a baby. So then 2.5 years later, then we're harvesting them. So
that would mess me up. I'm not gonna lie, that would mess me up a little bit.
But again, like the entire time is like this is why we're doing it.
Yep.
This is the entire reason we do it. So it's,
Yep. And this is why I'm hungry now.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. You guys always got to bring it back. It's like, oh, we'll just bring it back.
And whenever you're eating that juicy hamburger, it's like, oh, that's why we killed him. It's like so good.
And then like
This
we
is
named
why
All guilt is leaving my body now with each delicious bite.
we named the first bull T-Bone. We named our last one Sirloin. Our other bull is Joe Beefy. So it's like,
Joe Beefy.
yeah, you give them names that are like
Food names.
Yeah. So
I think that's actually there's something smart in that. I can see that. Like I can see how.
and for myself too, I don't do as much of like my wife Bridget will go out and she'll pet them and groom them and look after them and that sort of stuff where I kind of don't do that because
Try not to get attached.
too much to the ones that I know I'm going to put down anyway.
Yeah.
The other ones, it's all good. So,
Yeah, Thor, you have
difficult. Go, Shadow.
you don't have guard dogs. You have guard cows.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you're coming to our place, I highly recommend not going through the cow area.
The cattle pasture.
Yeah, the cow field. Yeah, those
Is it
horns, they know how to use those horns. That's for sure.
I'm sure they do. I would think they would have to, especially with there being like mountain lion and stuff out there.
No lions around us. We do have black bears, but coyotes. But yeah,
Coyotes
they
are
left
everywhere.
alone.
Got bad coyote problem down here in West Texas.
Yeah, coyotes are really a problem in U.S. and they're probably a pain in the butt in the Canada too.
Yeah, I know down here in Texas, for the most part, I think it's unrestricted hunting for them. You know, they're open season. In Colorado, they're open season, but you're required to get a hunting permit, you know, for like furs or something like that, because some people hunt them for the furs, which doesn't make sense to me because they kill livestock and they're considered a nuisance anyway. They kill livestock, they kill other wild animals in the area to the point of like borderline extinction.
It's because they need balance. It's always the trickster part of everything. It's making sure that there's conservation drives as well that establish some sort of order. Because it's really difficult to balance that as well as much as you can. Like seasons come and seasons go, and you sometimes will sometimes just make sure that balance isn't there. And I don't know, it's really, really difficult because if you do any work with the conservation, a lot of the times, even if you're trying to mend things, sometimes things, obviously within South Africa as well, with wildlife, there's so much, at stake as well. So it's really, really a heart sore topic of that. And it's difficult for people to make sure that there's maintenance, and it's just the government as well. Fortunately, within different regions within the country, there's a lot of drives that are actually back. There's a lot of conservation efforts that have really been beneficial towards that. So it's just, I don't know, it's really helpful.
Yeah. Hey, Thor, you guys get bobcats out there?
No, we've got lynx in the area.
So you guys got lynx? Okay.
I would think, hey, babe, are we in lynx territory, or did your dad hunt trap further north?
Sorry, repeat that.
Are there lynx around here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
when he was dropping, like
Yeah.
it's forbidden since many years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So my wife's dad used to trap lynx, but they closed that years and years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all in this area.
Yeah, because there's lynx in Colorado, but there aren't very many. The bobcats, though, there's like infinitely more bobcats down there in Colorado than there were lynx. I think there were maybe like a few hundred lynx in the state of Colorado. I don't know if they got mountain lion out here in this part of Texas. I'm pretty certain there's black bear out here. I mean, black bear is pretty much everywhere in North America. I don't know. I mean, this is West Texas. I don't know if there's bobcat out here. Like I said, I know there's bobcat up in Colorado. There was also mountain lion up in Colorado. I don't like the mountain cats, man. I really don't like those mountain kitties. Like they're neat to look at a distance, but I don't like them because like I know the I know the mannerisms of a domestic cat, house cat too well, and a mountain kitty can be just as mean as a house cat, but it's like 20 times the size of a house cat.
I don't like things that can fall out of the tree on you.
Yeah. I don't like something that can prowl, and basically, follow me, and I'm not even aware that it's in the area.
Yeah, that's exactly what your problem is that you guys have as well there, specifically with the way that they'll like chase you, and then they'll just consistently, specifically if they've got young ladies, but like they will, if they've got young with them, like they will just consistently trace you and just consistently follow you. And I don't know if you've seen the footage of the way, like if you just go through YouTube, you see so much attacks of mountain lions as well. And the way that they get aggressive like that, it's just ridiculous. Like they've got so much power through their talons as well and through their teeth. So it's just extremely difficult to get through those situations.
Yeah. I know, like the joggers, the runners, and the bikers, mountain bikers, they get ambushed and attacked a lot more than the normal hikers. I'm not saying I've seen enough videos where a hiker was doing everything he could to keep a mountain lion at bay. I mean, he still survived. He didn't get attacked, but that mountain lion, man, he was following him. He didn't care. It's like the only thing that kept the mountain lion back was like he was throwing rocks at it and being noisy at the mountain lion, telling him to get back. But
that's the whole thing. Just if there's tons of footage out there, like with them. So mountain lions are definitely something. And then the bears that you guys are speaking about.
Yeah, black bear.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like the bears freak me out because like I don't know how true it is, but I heard, I don't know if it's the black bear or the brown bear, but like one of them will just like start eating you. Like while you're
it's
you down and start eating you, and that just sounds like a freaking nightmare.
Black bears are basically scared of us. So every black bear I've encountered, whether it be through hunting or we've seen them on the trail across the street from us on the ATV, and they're pretty scared of us. So they basically go the other way.
They are the more docile breed, but the problem
if they have cubs, it's a different story.
It's a different story. Yep.
Versus like polar bears will hunt you down. Like I think it's polar bears and Komodo dragons, the only two animals on Earth that will actually hunt humans. So, but grizzly bears, they can be cranky. Grizzly bears and brown bears are cranky. So if they have cubs, they'll definitely defend them. Usually they'll just leave you alone, but sometimes they're cranky and they'll come for you.
Yeah. So black bears, they actually cause the most, at least in the US. I don't know. I can't speak on Canada's behalf because you guys got 3 different kinds of bears out there. But black bears in the US cause the most bear related deaths. And that's only because people like treat this animal like it's a zoo animal, or it's like, oh, look at it, it's so cute, it's like, oh, feed it, it's like, it wants more food. It's like, it's not a pet, okay? It's not a domesticated animal. This is a wild predatory animal, and you're feeding it, and no wonder the bear attacked you after a little bit, because you're feeding it. You're inviting it into your camp. You're inviting it to follow you because you're feeding it. And like I said, people actually go out there and feed them, and they don't know any better because they're ignorant. It's just like, you don't do that.
It's like tourist injuries. Biggest tourist injury is like bisons.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about that Yellowstone. I don't watch Yellowstone, but there was that one particular episode where they had those tourists on the bus. They're like Asian tourists. I don't know if they're from where they're from. If they're from Japan or China or where, but they're stopping and they're taking photos of this grizzly bear that's devouring this deer carcass, and everybody's getting real close. And Kevin Costner's character comes up. He's telling everybody to get back, get away, and they're not listening. He finally fires his gun because they're not getting the message. It's like he's trying to explain to them, this is a dangerous animal. You don't get up real close and take photos.
That might be the last selfie you have.
Yeah.
I think he was.
We have brown bears here.
I think he was a little peeved because they were also on his property. They wandered. They crossed over the fence and wandered onto his property. But yeah, I was gonna say, grizzly bear is a subspecies of brown bear. In fact, they're pretty much one and the same. Grizzlies primarily are down in the western United States, like Montana, Idaho, parts of Wyoming, eastern Washington State, eastern Oregon, Alaska.
So what I will say about this whole situation, right, and this topic, which actually really intrigues me quite a lot. I'm running on like 10% battery at the moment because it's just like it's 11:45 here, midnight. But what I wanted to say is thank you for the stream and everything, Shadow. I'm so tired.
You're very welcome.
Quickly, just to end it, is in an SHTF type scenario, with all the types of animals that we have in different areas and specifically like over here, if things were to kind of go upside down, like it's really like a whole big thought experiment to realize how bad things would actually go if things were just kind of left, to their own devices. And if people kind of didn't have the capability that they do to rely on the systems that currently hold everything together, if they went like upside down, just like if you think about it, it's ridiculous. Like the amount of animals and the amount of predatory animals as well that are out there, and not just that, but then if you don't have the ability to get to places with the world that would usually provide you with vaccines, and then snakes just start, like as things start going back more and more to the wilderness, because you don't have the stability of the governments and stuff as well that hold everything together. Like as soon as you have those things falling apart, like there's just so much thought experiments to it anyway. But thank you for everybody this evening. I'm just like so tired. I can't even tell you guys. I'm just like really fatigued. But anyway, love you guys. Chat to you soon, and enjoy your New Year's if I don't meet you till then.
Good.
Bye.
Take care,
Happy New Year,
officer
buddy.
guy.
Guardian.
Bye guys. Bye, CR. Love you, buddy. Bye.
Bye, Guardian.
Take care. Stay safe.
This month.
The one thing that does have me concerned, though, for long term SHTF grid down, things have gone completely sideways and they're not coming back in the foreseeable future. The one thing that does have me concerned, because he did talk about conservation briefly. Again, I know I'm getting out of topic. It does have me concerned to an extent that there will be overhunting and there will be a complete die-off of a lot of species within the first few weeks, because everybody all of a sudden becomes an expert at hunting because they have a gun. You know what I mean? When they're really not. They're just idiots with guns. I'm just worried, about the deer population, like the mule deer population out here being completely wiped out, the whitetail getting completely wiped out, the up in the Rockies worried about the bighorn sheep getting wiped out, and the elk getting wiped out.
Then what?
Yep. Then what? Yeah. There's
then what?
Exactly.
I'm gonna pull a guardian and duck out too. I gotta start working on some supper. Getting hungry here. So
Yeah.
No. We're getting hungry.
Anyway, great to talk with you guys. We'll chat.
Yeah.
soon.
I'll probably be
Thanks for
dipping out here
stopping
soon.
by, Thor.
Yeah.
Good to
Always
see
a
you
good
again.
time.
Hey, I'm glad to finally get to talk to you again, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Happy New Year, Thor.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I just can't believe he showed up in a Hawaiian shirt, and then Guardian turned around and put on his Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah.
You just have to speak of it. You just have to speak
And the
of it.
same color, too.
You know, I should have said,
Or
what
similar.
nationality are you guys? Okay, that's right.
Hawaiian.
Well, I mean, for Guardian outdoors, he might be able to argue that point.
Yeah.
He's got that slight tan in his skin. He might be able to argue, yeah, I got some Pacific Islander in me, so yeah, I'm gonna wear a Hawaiian shirt.
Those Hawaiian shirts are really expensive after what I have heard.
I don't know. I don't buy them. I just know this much.
I don't.
You don't ever tuck in a Hawaiian shirt. Don't ever tuck it in.
Nope.
Let it loose.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably have to dip out of here myself because, like I said, I'm gonna have to get some, but I'm gonna also have to use restrooms as well.
Yeah.
And
no problem.
My bed is looking nice and warm and inviting. I think I'm about ready to climb back in and just lay with my cat for a little bit. I don't know. I might snooze. I don't know. Like I said, I'm probably just gonna lay with the cat because he looks warm and he looks cuddly right now. He was being a little ornery, little shithead while Guardian and Thor were talking. I was trying to say ow because he started biting my hand. It's like like he was really chomping down. I was like, oh, okay, that's getting a little mean, like it's one thing if you just want to, just lightly bite my hand and play with me, but man, you're like he's chomping down. It's like just on the verge, but not quite, almost breaking skin. That's how hard he's biting down.
Yeah.
It's always good to hear from you, Steve.
Yeah.
Always good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, you as well. Anyhow, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and my cat wanted to be on the stream.
Yeah.
I don't want to activate the camera on this computer. I'd rather just keep the webcam disabled on here.
Yeah.
That's one less device that can be listened into or spied on, through the alphabet agencies. They want to spy on me. They can spy on me through my phone, not through my computer. Oh, look at that
I
cat!
have scars all over from my feral cat, Mad Max. Huh? Cute name on a cat.
I just seen him. He just kind of rolled over and put his head up, tucked his head up underneath him to keep his nose warm.
Yeah.
Aw.
Like I said, he's all curled up. He looks all warm now. It's like, man, I gotta go over there. Gotta go give him some loving.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm gonna go ahead and
that's a good segue.
All right. Sorry about that.
No
right,
Hey,
take care,
problem.
man.
thanks for having me on, and yeah, happy New Year's, and
Happy New Year.
hopefully
Happy
I'll
New Year to you as
remember
well.
to be on next Saturday for any upcoming streams. You gotta let me know what the topic's gonna be. Like I said, I've been
Yeah.
busy. I've been busy this entire month. Been working, so that's part of the
Yeah, I
reason
know
I've
the
missed a lot of-
feeling. It has been the same thing for me as well. So
Yeah, working Saturdays. So
yeah.
all right, take
care, man.
All
care.
right.
Later,
Take care.
Shadow, CR. All right, I'm out of here, guys.
Later.
All right, bye.
Bye.
See, this is why I let them do all the talking first, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
because I know them well enough that they would leave before I do. I would just let them say everything,
Yeah.
like usual, right, Shadow? I always pick up the back end on the stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways.
Normally.
Yeah, I usually pick up the back end, anyways. Every so often, I have something to say, but I'll
Yeah.
just wait till later, like now. I'll just say it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Like usual. I think we still who's still in with us? Iron Firehorse. I see the real still with us. Yeah. Iron Firehorse, the real, and Hygge.
Yeah.
And I think Kaylin's still chiming in. I think
Yeah.
Kaylin's still with us too.
Yeah. It was really nice to see Kaylin
Yes,
joining the stream.
yes, Kaylin. We do mention you every so often.
Yeah.
Apartment style prepping or whatever you live in.
Yeah.
So
And Shawnee is still here too, so that's nice.
hi, Shawnee. So yeah.
She has been lurking, and it's okay to lurking. I don't mind.
As long as you chime in once.
Yeah,
through the
exactly.
stream. You just chime in, lurking, to say something. Oh, even if it's a period or a smiley face or emoji, at least something interaction in there, so you know who's actually here. But yeah,
Yeah.
like I said earlier, I've learned so much more from some of these other organizational channels. Like
Yeah.
I actually adapt their what they say, what they suggest, and all this stuff into like our stuff.
Yeah.
For example, right? Because, like I said, if you can't find something, you're
Hey,
spending
Bush
20, 30.
family, good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
Family, what's up, man? Yeah, I mean, if you can't find anything, I hate that feeling. Like
Yeah.
I see my friends go through that, or other people go through that. It's just like, well, maybe it's time to organize it. Because if you're spending 30 minutes trying to find something, spending an hour to organize it, so you don't have to go through those 30 minutes every time, maybe you could
Yeah.
use the time. All right, whatever it is. I'm just talking about organizing in general, right? Because obviously the gear is part of it, right? I mean, like, it could be tools, it could be fire starting stuff, it could be food, it could be all this stuff. I know David Lynn was.
Batteries, it could be.
Yeah, because I know David Lynn was in here earlier. He's trying to organize some food stuff, right? I mean, like,
Yeah.
hence why I brought up Warhaven's little can organizer, right? For example, right? Because yeah, it does save you time later on, right? You have to, because the thing about organization is you have to set up the system in the first place. Whatever you use, whatever you have on hand, right? Regardless if you buy it, make it, or whatever, right? Regardless if you make the shelves or buy a metal shelf, right? It's just like
Yeah.
that metal shelf that you have downstairs, right? It helps you organize it a little bit better. It's just not on the ground,
Yeah.
for example, right?
It's pretty good organized, but you can always make it better.
Yeah, you can always
make it better.
Yeah, you can always
You can
increase the
improve it.
efficiency.
You can
Yeah.
improve
even
it.
if it's minor increments of improvement. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
maybe for you it's like a way to what I always say is to sub-organize the organizer. So, you know, there's specific things in this on this side. There's the right side has very specific things, right, and stuff like that. Especially if for in terms of food, right? Because usually you know what you eat, so it usually comes in this can. It usually comes in this can, right? You know, so you fine tune it for it and stuff like that. And then
Yeah.
as you're doing it, you try. Like I know Forehaven was talking about streamlining stuff, right? Well, because
Yeah.
in terms of organization, sometimes to streamline something, you have to organize it so you can actually see what you have in general. Like
Yeah.
depending what you're doing, right? Sometimes I'll actually bring out everything from the space and see what do I actually have here. Let's say, you know, let's go with the flashlight batteries, like what Forehaven has, right? Okay, okay, this flashlight is in the washer. This one is in the kitchen. This one's in my get home bag. This one's in the vehicle kit. All right, and then you have a couple spare ones that you might use more frequently, gravitate to because oh, I like this. It's bright or whatever, right? You would use it more often, right? But realizing that when you have a spot to put said item, right, a home for it, you're more likely to remember it's there, and usually it's gonna be organized as like, oh, I want the flashlight at the top of the bag, for example, of the school bag, for example, or in the washroom, it's you know right by the switch or something like that. Or you know, you can feel. You don't even have to see. You could just feel it. As long as you can feel the switch, you can feel the the walls or whatever. You can find it, right? And having a spot for it. Because when you have a spot for it, you're more like or home for it, you're more likely to put it back in that spot
Yeah.
versus scattering things around. All right. Because I know one of our the side chat was saying, I need to organize some more. I need to, right? And so do I. Don't get me wrong. I have stuff I need to organize a little bit better too, right? I just don't have a system yet for it. Whatever it is, containers, boxes, whatever, right? I mean, I've
Yeah.
used boxes to organize batteries before. I've used,
Yeah.
I've used boxes to organize sewing stuff before, right? And stuff like that. You just have to figure it out for yourself. And a system that can work well for what you have, whatever it is, right? I mean, I'm kind of more general about this, but because, I mean, like former FSP was using a fish and tackle type of tools, container organizer to
Yeah.
organize first aid stuff, for example,
Yeah.
right? Maybe you find an organizer or find one secondhand or used or whatever, or you make it or whatever, right?
Yeah.
See if it will
Exactly.
work. See if it will work, right?
Yeah.
If it doesn't, then reevaluate the organizer again. But if it is working, then well, it's helping, right?
Yeah.
In terms of like, where would you start in organizing? Start with, start with. I mean, just do it, right? Don't procrastinate, all right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm even thinking about it right now. I'm like, I gotta organize this one spot. It's just like, for example, the people that do these. Eventually, like for example, you have to organize, let's say, a closet in time,
Yeah.
right? Well, I think most people clothing and stuff like that. In time, you do need to organize it, set some time for it because there's a reason why you want to do it is because you can't find something. Everything things are piling up. You're just putting stuff there. Oh, I gotta go out in 5 minutes. I'll just put this jacket here, right? And then you forget about it. The next thing it starts to pile up and becomes disorganized because now to get the stuff at the bottom, you got to pull from the bottom. Everything from the top just falls.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I'm not a big fan of doing stuff like that because, like, in the long term, right? In the short term, in the first few minutes or whatever, oh, I just got home and just want to put it down, right? But having an actual home to put it into, like a hook or whatever, like for your jacket,
Yeah.
in time would save you time. Because now you
Yeah.
don't have to be like, where's my jacket? Because I actually have a friend who I've actually encouraged to organize a little bit more. Because I think why people don't like to organize, it's because the time it takes and the inventory you have to do. Because
Yeah,
usually
and
in
people,
organization, you have to inventory everything as a whole, right?
yeah,
Let's say it's a pantry area or whatever, right? I actually helped my friend organize a pantry area just using stuff they already had. I didn't come over with new organizers or anything like that. I just used what was available, right? And start with what you do have first, right? No point in buying a special organizer if it's not gonna work, right? See if you have something already, right? Before you start, purchasing a storage bin, right? Or whatever, right?
yeah,
Because the storage bin might not even be the solution. You might,
yeah, I
oh, I
agree.
have this big bin, I can put everything inside. Well, now everything's just inside of it, though. If you have to look for something specific in there, there's still going to be stuff at the bottom of the bin. And hopefully you would organize it in such a way in terms of priority or how you would use it. Like similar to like a go bag where you would probably stage the first aid kit closer to the top or on the outside, right? You're not gonna put it at the bottom in the middle of the bag, no, because it's gonna reduce the deployment, increase the deployment time, right? Because now it takes that much longer to get it from the middle, pull it out, right? Something
Yeah,
like first aid kits, or generally you want as quick as possible, right? Deploy it as quick as possible, open it, get something out as quick as possible, right?
yeah,
Regardless if it's a bandage to a tourniquet or whatever, right? Or just to get some painkillers out because your friend's hung over from New Year's Eve or something like that, right? I've had situations like that where I'm just like, I've got to organize this a little bit better, right? It didn't take me like 10 minutes to do something, only like a minute, right? Pull it out, bring something, hand it over, put the things away,
Happy
right?
New Year, Howie. Good to see you, brother.
Hi, Howie. Happy New Year. Nice to see you, Howie.
Yeah,
Always a pleasure to see
yeah.
you.
And the other thing when it comes to organizing things and things like that is the problem is most people think it's time consuming, but they think it's boring too. It's a boring task to do. But
Well,
in my
well,
opinion, it
you
can be really
you can,
relaxing.
yeah. And remember the value of what happens with an organizer or a system, right? You see the benefits later, and like, oh, I don't have to be frustrated because I'm trying to find something in the next 5 minutes because I gotta be out the door in 10 minutes. Like for example, if someone's picking you up or whatever, or you're gonna go on a trip or whatever, and you're trying to find that one thing because you really want to bring it with you or need it with you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't like that. It's just like sometimes you know how sometimes people can say, or my friend has said this, where the hell's my wallet? Why can't I find my wallet? Well, what I've
yeah,
also said to him is like, you need a home to put it into. Just put it in a basket, right? Personalize the basket, right? And make it so just do it every time. You come home, put the wall there, put the wall there. Develop a routine, and then it just becomes habit, right? And if it looks nice or looks pretty or looks special, or let's say it gives you a morale boost because it looks so cool, whatever it is, right? Because you made it yourself, or it has a funky logo or anime design on it, well, then you're more likely to use it. Then you don't have to be like, where's my wallet, dude? Where's my wallet?
yeah,
Right? Right?
yeah. I know what you mean.
Because it's frustrating trying to find stuff, especially important stuff like a
Es-
wallet,
yeah,
ID,
especially
something
if
like
you
that.
are in rush.
Exactly, right? Someone's like, hey, let's go out to the bar. I gotta find my wallet and my ID. What? Right? They'll be like, your friends will be like, are you done yet, man? Come on, come on. You know?
Come on, hurry up, hurry up.
Can you help me find my wallet? Oh, seriously, now I gotta come and help you find your wallet. But yeah, that kind of stuff, right? You know, because and you know, not only would you can save time later, you might be less of a burden to people because now they don't have to
Yeah,
wait for you to find something
yeah,
as
exactly.
important as like a wallet ID, for example, right? Like for me personally, I keep my ID wallet type of EDC items in the same spot now. Oh, it's always in the same exact spot now. You know, it sits in this room. It's well organized. All I have to do is pull it out. I can see it. What I need, pull the wallet, whatever, put it in my pocket, be on my way.
This, man, is my wallet.
Really? Do they still at that? He's still at that?
Yep,
He's still at that? Yeah.
it
I'm just
works.
reading the site.
It works perfectly.
So I see that. Witchcraft family, I see that. You know, keeping all your owners' manuals together and stuff like that. I generally say with organization trying to keep light items together. Generally speaking, I think this is one of
Thank you,
generally
Howie.
you won't. I generally in like the packs I have or bags or whatever. I generally don't just have that later on the pocket. I usually group things together with that. If that makes any sense.
That is a good idea, Hygge. I use glow in the dark key change. Helps to find keys in bottom of the purse or if dropped out on the property, etc. Yeah, that's a good
Hmm.
idea.
Like, let's just say you have two similar keys, right? Let's just say because they're very
Yeah,
similar, right? And in the dark or low light conditions, it's hard to notice. I actually put tape, grippy. Actually, I use hockey tape for one of them, so it has a different texture to it. So when I'm feeling it, I can just tell. So even if I was really tired, I couldn't see, I could still feel that out. I don't have to be like trial and error. Is this not open the door or lock the door? For example.
yeah,
Yeah, and you know, and speak of glow in the dark tape, right? I mean, I actually do that for my lights out kit. I actually have glow in the dark reflectors for it, so it's very hard to mistake in it. Like, let's say
yeah,
you're trying to, hey, Shadow, can you go get something for me here? I'm kind of busy right now, right? It would be easier to describe something.
yeah,
Be like, you know what I mean? Where's this later? Oh, it's in the chin. That says threats on it or whatever, right? People, you know, it's easier because you can describe the home too, right?
yeah.
Versus, oh, it's somewhere in my truck. It's somewhere in my bag somewhere, right? That is right. That's still like now I gotta find it. Or you know, trying to get out that trying to get that first aid kit out, right? It's like,
Yeah,
you know, if I told someone, "Oh, it's at the bottom of my bag, down at the bottom," and they'll be like, "Really? Now I can grab." Versus, "Oh, it's just sitting at the top. Oh, it's just sitting on the first pouch on the outside." Right.
yeah,
Sometimes organization a lot well can take time to start, but it can save you substantial time later on.
yeah,
Especially if you have to use said gear more frequently, right? Because versus, where's my wallet? Where's my wallet? Right? I've heard my friends say that so many times now. I'm like, I always say, seriously, dude, like, just have a system for it, right? Why go through the hassle and the headache of frustration of trying to find something, right? Because I know
yeah,
I don't like to be like, especially you know you have it. You know, like you've been home for the last 2 days, it's been holidays, and you can't find something, but you know you have it, and you haven't left the house with it or you're home with it. That's frustrating because you know you have it, right? it's just misplaced for some reason, whatever, right? Yeah, like I get it that things fall out of your pocket or whatever, right? Maybe your kids or whatever move it somewhere else, or your pet moves it, or it falls behind the couch or whatever, right? But when you just leave your wallet in your pants pockets and then you put those pants into the laundry hamper without thinking about it, and realize 20 minutes later that that's where it was, after like searching throughout the whole room, it's like pulling clothes everywhere. That's a scenario trying to find something, right? I don't like. Ugh, it's just not worth it. I would just organize it in the first place. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like you said, people say, "Oh, it's not fun or not exciting." Well, you know what? It's not fun to try to find stuff. It's not exciting trying to find something for 20 minutes straight.
No. No,
Yeah.
it's not. I have been there, done that, and especially if you're in a hurry, it's
Oh yeah,
not fun.
that's like
If
trying
you
to
have to
find
go to, if you're late for work and you need to
your
try to find
yeah,
your wallet and your keys for
your
20 minutes,
driver's license, so
that's
you can actually
yeah,
like
that is
stuff like
a
that.
logistic nightmare.
I know that would just because it would increase your stress level unnecessarily, right?
Yeah.
Because the crunch time of things, right? When you have crunch time of things, limited amount of time, your stress level tends to go up because
Okay,
now it's an issue.
thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it, and Merry Christmas.
Take care, Howie.
Happy New Year.
Can you highlight that comment that Iron Firework said?
Yeah. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's correct.
She was saying, "Are they poor here? I know people like that, but they say they will never have money." Well, I mean, even if it's not, I mean, it could be a gift card that someone gave you, right? A gift card that someone
Yeah.
gave you over Christmas or whatever, right? I've
Yeah.
gotten stuff like that. Doesn't necessarily mean you always have money inside, like actual current physical money or coins, but there's other things I put in a wallet too.
Yeah.
And it could be important, like ID or something, and add your driver's license or government issued type of ID or something along the lines of that. It could be your rewards cards or something like that.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't always have a wallet with me, but if when I need it, I want to be dang sure that I know exactly where it is. Because usually, like you said, you don't have more valuable stuff in terms of money, cards, etc., right? Or something that's so hard to replace, like ID or a driver's license, right? That's something you don't want to misplace because the hassle of running through the red tape of getting that again, right? You know what I mean? It's just like
Yeah.
when you lose everything. Let's just say you lost your home or whatever. If you lost your ID too, it just makes it so much harder now, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't have anything to prove your identity or anything like that. This is when I say about like I'm dragging this on in terms of something more extreme scenario, but I mean like it's just one of those things you could do something about anyways.
Yeah.
Right. Because in a situation, let's just say a fire, flooding, tornado, or whatever. Last thing I want to do is like, where's my ID? Where's my wallet? Right? I know exactly where it is. It'd be one of those scenarios. It'd be like, I'd be grabbing my wallet in a bag or something like that. Something as fast as that. Right?
Yeah.
I don't keep my wallet with the backpack because sometimes I actually have to be away from sometimes they need to be separated because of what I'm doing, whatever, right? Because
Yeah.
I
I
won't always
agree.
have the bag, but sometimes I need the wallet, right? But I put the
Yeah.
wallet in a spot that I know exactly where it is. I can even describe it to someone. That's how well I know it, right? So if I can't physically get to it or whatever, right? So I can describe it in some way. It's like, yeah, it's here, Sierra. Okay, put it. Yeah, I'll put it in my pocket and I'll bring it over to you or whatever, right? I'll bring it back to you or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just one of those things to me. It's just like because when you lose something, like, and I've lost stuff before, it's just
It
there's
can be a
something.
nightmare to find it again.
Well, not only that, your morale seems to go down at times.
Yeah,
Like,
that too.
it's not as severe as losing a loved one per se, but in terms of gear, there's something about that when you lose something, your morale does go down, even slightly, just because, and the stress that comes with it. All right, oh, where is it? And the time, the physical endurance, and looking everywhere. It's like, is it here? I thought it was here. And you start to question yourself, right? Because you just had it, right? That kind of, I just had it. I know it's here. Why can't I find it, right?
Yeah.
So, like I said, whatever you use to organize it with, right? It doesn't have to be fancy or color coded like the Urban Prepper does it, right? There's other
Well,
ways to do it.
well, Cliff, here, Urban
Yeah.
Prepper here, he
CUP.
did yeah, he really created a really nice and beautiful, clean system to organize things, and
Are you talking about the
I
cables?
really like
Are you
that
talking about
system.
are you talking about those cables that he
Yeah,
released like a couple months back? Are you talking about that stuff?
I have a couple of months. How many months back?
Mm-hmm.
I watched one of his video. I haven't got any notifications from Urban Prepper for a while. And when I checked his channel up again, he had uploaded some videos, but
Well, that's what I always say. Even if you have notifications on or don't, just go back to the channel directly. All right. This is why I try
yeah,
to remember the people and the channel name as much as possible, right? Even including you guys out there. But yeah, I mean, even as organized as he is, right? He had a drawer that was just kind of lacking, right? It needed some organizational love in it, right? Because,
yeah,
well, not only I know, kind of paraphrase what he said, and sometimes you would notice that when you're organizing, it's just like, why did I keep this here? Why is this here? Right?
yeah,
Why am I keeping this legacy gear or whatever, right? For example, right? I mean, in terms of organizing, like I said, we all have different stuff we need to organize, whatever it is. It could be seeds for a garter, right? It could be tools from someone that likes to fabricate for fabrication purposes or construct things, right? It could be someone that scraps metals and all that stuff. That, hey, I need these tools to break down these components. Right? Like my friend does scrapping, right? I've mentioned him before, right? He's been working on a system to keep the tools in one spot and just bring the items to the tools, or you know what I mean? Because
yeah,
he doesn't want, if he's trying to dismantle something for scrapping purposes or whatever, he wants the tools right away. He doesn't want to have to look for them, right? Like,
yeah,
for the most part, he has a station now where he keeps the tools, right? And he would say to me, yeah, after I use the tools, I put them away and put them back at the station, right? Because I don't want to be looking halfway across around the garage trying to find something, or you know what I mean? Because he doesn't want to be looking for stuff. Right? Because for him, time is money. Because the more he scraps, the more he disassembles things, the more he can scrap. Well,
yeah, exactly.
if he doesn't have the tools, then it slows him down. It slows the process of it down, right?
Yeah, it slows the process down a lot.
Yeah, exactly, right. That's where organization comes to mind, right? It may initially take some time to set it up, but for the most part, organization, especially if it's maintained, will save
Yeah,
you substantial time every moment later on. System. See? Remember, I came up with that. I came up with that after. Remember that? I came up with
yeah,
that. So it's always something I keep in mind. So while we're talking about this, Shadow,
yeah,
side chat, feel free to drop in something you're trying to organize or whatever, right? I'm always curious on how people organize certain things. 'Cause we have access to different materials, different things. Even the tools or said gear is slightly different, right? Like, okay, let's look at a backpack. I think let's look at a backpack and an organization. Because if you can organize a backpack, you can organize everything. You just have to adapt the
yeah,
ideas over, right? For example, I think for me, I'm a big proponent of like having sub kits just because it's more organized and things are more or less very similar are grouped together. So for example here, if we're taking this example from Haven that he had earlier about the batteries, right? The CR123s and the double A's, right? Well, you don't want to just mix them and have them randomly everywhere. Disorganized, right? Because you may need more than two batteries, right? And you have to source, you know what I mean? And it's not good to
yeah,
leave the batteries scattered like that, right? So, okay, have some sort or make some sort of organizer for the CR123s, have one for the double A's, right? And have both of those organizers in a bigger organizer for all the batteries,
yeah.
for example. Like you can
You
go
store
buy
all
these,
you
can buy
store all
these
the
little,
batteries in the in smaller containers. You put in a
yeah.
larger
So
box.
they, yeah, and so they don't get mixed up, right? Like you can go
Yeah,
buy specially made pad and all that stuff if you want to, right? You know, I don't, I don't have anything like that for my batteries. I've been just keeping them separate and all that stuff, right? Because
yeah,
I mean, I do have some legacy uh, devices, some legacy batteries I have, right? But because like I still have a torch that can take a D if I wanted to, right? Now, do I
yeah,
store a whole bunch of D batteries? No. I do have some legacy batteries that, well, until they bite the dust, I'm just gonna keep the batteries in the meantime because. But what I do with this torch is actually I just store AA batteries and I use an adapter for it all the time
yeah,
now. That's all I do because I just didn't see myself storing that many D batteries for only one device versus
yeah,
what do I do with all the rest of these AA's I do have, right? Because I had more of those the AA's than the D's, and I was just like, you know, because if I went and bought a fresh pack of D's, they'd be only for one device, right? And just like how Thor said about streamlining, right? I've decided to streamline that down, right? I'll use what I have still if I have to use it, right? Like if I have to use that flashlight, whatever, right? And let's just say grids down, you know, or whatever bike or whatever, I'll probably dip into those D's that I do have, right? If I need to. Because I'll have an excuse to use them, right? I'll be like, well, now's a good time to use them in any, right? The situation's serious enough, I'll use them, right? And let's just say I'm just waiting for the next day for it to be sent to recharge like actual double-A. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Until I can actually get somewhere. So it might just buy me that night. Right. I'll be like, okay. So,
Yeah, and I agree with Hygge. Batteries should be in a container where they can all face the same direction for fire safety. Yeah, I agree
Well,
with
it's
you.
not just it's not just that. It's so they don't discharge or whatever, all that stuff, right? Don't
Yeah,
get wet, right, and all that stuff, and they don't get misplaced, right? Because the thing about if you just looked at the battery, double A, whatever, right, you cannot tell how much charge is in it until it's tested or through a multimeter, for example, right? Like they say, oh, if you drop a battery, if it stands up, it's still good. Well, I don't know about that. You know what? That doesn't really lie so much. A multimeter. It actually tells you how much voltage is in there, right? Without load, but at least you would see a number, right? I've been working on this air system for double A's that I need to use more frequently because they're rechargeable, right? I'm trying to work on a system that works for that.
yeah,
Now I'm trying to build something first with what I have. If I have to buy something, then whatever, right? But I'm gonna see if I can do this without buying something first. Because you don't always have to buy something to organize. Sometimes you can use what you do have, but you know what I mean? Because like I said, there's no point in buying a big bin if you're just gonna put everything loose in it anyways. Yeah, it keeps it together, but you're not quite at square one again, but you still have to find stuff that's all the way at the bottom. For example, right? So this is why I tried to group things together as much as possible, whatever it is.
yeah,
Let's say you're putting clothes in a bin, right? I would actually trying to separate the clothing items. Like right now, it's the middle of winter, right? And I've been doing this for a while now.
yeah,
Every before the winter really starts, September, October, I go through articles of clothing like toques, mitts, gloves, gloves, and stuff like that, right? I've been reorganizing it more and more, even streamlining it, right? In terms of
yeah,
like, oh, these are probably the ones I'm gonna gravitate to first. Everything else is just gonna be a spare, right? You know, because you know they're thinner gloves. I don't wear them as much. They're not as warm, but you know they're still useful, right? And stuff like that. Here's I have a wool hat. Oh, here's a synthetic hat. I'm gonna gravitate towards the wool hat probably more frequently, but I want the synthetic one just in case I gotta wash this wool one, for example, right? But one of the things I've started to do is organize it in terms of grouping the gloves together, the mitts together, hats together, and the buffs together, right? And then reorganize that by how warm is it? Can it handle 0, -10, -20, -30 Celsius? Or for you guys in the US, 20, 0 Fahrenheit, below 0 Fahrenheit, -22 Fahrenheit, right? That way I'd be like, and I organized it in such a way that, oh, if it's really cold, I can pull something out right away, right? I know exactly where it is, right? Because I've gone through the thinking of it, right? Beforehand, while it was still warm, right? Or not as cold, right? I hope that makes sense because I'm trying to work that system in, right? Because for me, I have to access gloves, mitts, winter stuff all the time, every year. It's a given. Like, even right now, it's just barely above freezing, but it's not always like this, right? In time, I do need the gloves, the mitts, the hats, and stuff like that in the winter. It's just an eventuality for me. So I've been trying to work that system, organize it, so it saves me time. So I don't be, where's the matching glove? You know what I mean? Because I don't want to go for that. Where's the matching glove? Where's
yeah,
the matching mitt? Right? I find where's my wool hat? Right? So I've actually separated those items out. So now the wool stuff I actually separate out because it has different characteristics, right?
yeah,
You know what I mean? And
yeah. No,
I won't confuse it with the synthetic stuff that I may have. And let's just say I'm around a campfire or doing stuff like that. I can bring the wool stuff and be more confident, and I know for sure because I know because I've double checked, right? I don't have to check the tag or anything. No, I've organized it so the wool stuff stays in this one pile or one container all the time. It's its home, right? Synthetic stuff goes on the other side. You know, then I regroup them by how warm they are. You
Yeah.
know, thin gloves, yeah, they sit at the top because but as the temperature goes down, I'll be like, okay, I might need this warmer stuff, right? And actually, now that I think about it, I might actually reorganize that for the fourth time. But lately, as I've been doing it, I've noticed that I'm saving time just because, hey, let's go for a walk, right? It's just about dark or it's just a little freezing. I can just be like, yeah, I can just use these. I'll be good. Because I know how thick they are. Because I've
Yeah.
tried them before and stuff like that, right? Or if I'm too lazy or whatever, I don't know if it's going to be that cold or that windy, I'll just bring something warm. Right? And like for me, I'm trying to work on a system that not only works, but where I can put the stuff back in, like the gloves, the mitts, or the tube, in the said container or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's well organized, like because it's subdivided. So every glove or mitt or hand has its own compartment too. But in the big compartment, it contains all the mitts, all the tubes, right? For example.
Yeah.
And that way I could just be like, okay, let's grab this, right? Right away. Because, like, let's just say, heaven forbid, some sort of fire for me here in the winter time, right? I'll be like, as part of the process of getting ready for it, right? Grabbing my wallet or whatever, I grab the wool
Yeah.
stuff. Because at least I know that'll keep me warm even after the fact, right? Even after the fact, right? As I'm waiting outside, right? You know what I mean? And maybe
Yeah. I
I
know
can
what you mean.
stay at a friend's place or whatever, or until this is repaired or whatever, or get a new place to stay. Well, in the meantime, I still have the wool stuff. And I know exactly where it was, right? Because it'll save you time if you really have to pull things out fast. You know what I mean? And bring things somewhere else really fast. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Because they're already grouped together. It's already staged in advance, I guess, as they say, right? Where it's already been, because you were proactive about it versus, having like one glove over here, one glove over here. There's a sock over here. There's a sock on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Because if you're trying to dig that stuff out at a moment's notice, and do all this stuff in under a minute, you're not gonna be able to because you're trying to find stuff. And I just not from my own personal experience, but hearing from other people too, right? You hear the stuff from your friends, family members, whatever people, right? Every so often you hear that, right? Dude, do you know where my wallet is? I just like,
Yeah.
really? Yeah,
That's a
right.
classic.
That is classic, right? I mean, like you hear it every so often, or even in TV or in movies or whatever. Every so often you hear that line. Do you know where my blah 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 is? I've misplaced it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's easy to misplace your
Well, yeah.
things, especially keys, wallet, even the phone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like for me, it's just like my keys, right? I mean, like, I gotta make sure I got them on me.
Yeah.
Like even in terms of organization, I mean, I've seen people streamline their keys back down from having so many items on them, right?
This is my
Because
key chain.
I'm not looking at the video section. Yeah, I've actually just streamlined it back down. I used to do this other thing. I decided to go away from it now because I have another system that can work for it.
Yeah.
But basically, it's my keys, the system I use to not only organize it, but so I can wherever I am, right? Even if I'm away from home, right? I have ways of keeping it with my gear, the keys. So I have hooks. I have hooks and snaps on it, so I can snap onto stuff, right? So I can hang my keys up. I can pin my keys to my clothing if I'm necessary, right? If I'm camping or whatever,
Yeah.
boom, it's on my jacket the whole time, on my pants, around my belt or whatever, the whole time, right? If I'm wearing the same
Yeah.
pants for a while, I'll pin them into my pants, right? That'll be right. But I have a system of keeping it together. I mean, it's not really organizing, but it's one of those things that I gotta make sure I have them. You know what I mean? Let's say you go
Yeah.
camping or whatever, right? I don't want to lose my car keys or something like that.
No, that would
Yeah,
be nightmare.
that'd be a nightmare, right? You would be calling someone up and inconveniencing someone else because you didn't organize the keys in the system of even just carrying them, right, as an everyday carry item, right? I mean, I'm not saying I'm the most organized person, but when I see the need to organize, I'll do it because I'll be like, I cannot go for that. Spending 20 minutes to find something again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I try to problem solve for that. But yeah, like I said, I understand people saying, "Oh, it's time consuming." Yeah, to a certain
Yeah.
degree. Oh, it's boring. Well, then you just make it more entertaining, all right? You listen to music, or maybe
Yeah.
you're listening to us talk about it and doing it at the same time, right?
Yeah, I
All right,
agree.
talking on the phone with someone and doing it at the same time, right? Like when my friend calls me, it's like, I'm organizing. I'm taking your advice, CRN, whatever. I'm organizing. I'm like, really? What are you organizing? I want to hear this because it's just
Yeah.
like because I want to hear what people use as a system, right? And because maybe it might help with me with a similar thing or something similar that I could use as a system.
Yeah.
Because I've seen, like I said, I've seen organizational channels out there that show, oh, this is how to organize office accessories, pens, papers, and all that stuff. Well, I'm not doing it for that, but some of the concepts are like, hey, the paper thing, maybe I can organize that, those manuals or that pepper binder or whatever, right? Use that system to organize that, if that makes any sense, right? And let's just say, oh, here's a way to organize pens or whatever, right? Yeah, maybe I can adapt it to flashlights. I don't know, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I try to just look into them every so often, right? Because sometimes my friends like, are you watching an organizational video just get into organizing? No, 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 no. I'm watching it for things that I can adapt in, right? While I'm thinking about it, right? Because I'm organizing, so I'm thinking about how can I organize. So I don't watch content right now, right? And be like, and just explore the possibilities. So like, what can I use? You know, before I can even buy anything, right? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Because yeah, you can go out there and go buy compartment drawers and all of that stuff, right? But let's just say you don't have it yet, or you gotta wait for it, or you gotta wait till next week for funds to come in to buy it, right? What can you do in the meantime to stage it up so it's ready to go, right? Because
Yeah.
I think this is what I've been noticing about organization as I've been doing it. As I do it, the stuff is more ready to go because it has a home, right?
Yeah.
Because in terms of preparedness, right, organization is just one of those things, right? Just you need to tie the organization in somehow. The best thing you can do, right? Because in terms of prepping in general, right, there's water, food, gear like that, but then there's our gear like flashlights, tools, radios, right, and stuff that
Yeah.
goes with that. Sharpening tools, sharpen it, sheaths, pouches to put in the or whatever, right? The batteries for those radios and flashlights, right? So you
Yeah.
gotta keep that stuff organized, or else it doesn't. You want your gear working for you, not I gotta work so hard for this gear and finding it, right? I like I said, have it's just like you, for example. You can reach up and grab something, or you know exactly where it is, right?
Yeah.
Versus, it's somewhere upstairs, right? That's how usually I can tell how organized people are when they have me find something. Oh, can you get something here? I ask them, what color is it? Where is it? What's it in? Right? And when they say, oh, it's black and it's in a dark bag and the bag's somewhere upstairs, it's like, this bag? It looks dark, then I'm trying to find it, right? Versus something more inaccurate description of it where it's just like, it's it's in a black backpack in the smallest pocket at the top, right? I'll be like,
Yeah.
that's more specific.
Yeah. That's
Likely
more
to find,
specific.
yeah, that's more likely
And
to find it because you've actually staged it so that's its home 99% of the time, right? Until you take it out to use it or whatever, right? Because one of the things I've noticed is like, you know how some people pull in the preparedness community pull out gear to show in terms of show and tell, live
okay,
stream
dear love,
for
survival. Take care. And
Happy New Year, the real. Take care.
Happy New
Real.
Year.
Just bump to you. But you know how people will like pull stuff out to show as for videos, a haul, or and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
That's another reason why I organize. So if I do that stuff, I can put the stuff back right away, right?
Yeah.
Because it has a
Yeah.
home
Exactly.
versus you know exactly where it goes back to, right?
Yeah.
Like if I had, well, I'm not wearing a
Definitely.
backpack. Yeah, I'm not wearing a backpack right now, but I mean, like, I think it's like I know we talked about the whole buggle bag thing. I think we'll gravitate. More people are gravitating to the get home bag, go bag type of situation, right? But in my opinion, anyways, I'm not saying my bag's the most organized thing in the world at times, but you know, sometimes a little organization in the bag can help. Because, like, how do I say this? It's like maintaining your gear, right? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Maintain it at a ready to go state as much as possible. You know, if you consume some of the food, try to replace it as soon as possible, right? As soon as possible. You use up the one of those fuel canisters or whatever, replace it as soon as possible. Don't leave the empty one in there, right? As much as possible, right? Because if it's not, let's just say, if your bag's not overly too well organized, you may have problems with it while you're walking and using said items.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. Right? It's just
Yeah.
like
That makes sense.
every so often when I'm looking at these, I haven't watched a kit video or a backpack style of like a buckle bag or a get home bag video in a while. Actually, it's been a while, at least 6 months. But
Yeah.
one of the first things I see is like, where's this first aid kit at, right? Where is it? You know? Because sometimes I'll see people pulling things out and I'm like, was that in the center of the bag, the first aid kit? And I ask, right? And they'll reply, no, CR, it was closer to the top. Okay. Right. Because I'm not a big fan of having loose stuff in a bag too much. Because it's easy for things to slide out or drop into the voids of the bag. You know what I mean? Especially if you're not thinking straight, maybe you got a concussion or headache, or or someone else is looking at it, looking into it, right? You know what I mean? Because you're pinned, but your bag's over there, but your friend can help you, but they can't get you up, but they have access to your backpack. You just can't see the backpack because there's big rocks covering your face and you can't see, right? That's where
Yeah.
organization would help, because you can describe every last thing about your backpack because you staged it well. All right. So
Yeah.
you could be like, yeah, the first aid kit's sitting right at the top or in the smallest pocket, or it's on the side, right? No fuss or muss about it, right? Right to the point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know
Or
what you mean.
or say, hey, there's a spool of paracord over here in this pocket. It's on the spool. You can't miss it, right? Kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Where it's staged
Yeah,
in a certain way for deployment. Because I think, now that I think about it, like organization and deployment kind of go hand in hand, right? Like even the military, like there's a degree of organization, right? Because a certain procedure, right? So when you need to use said item or whatever, it's ready to go. Versus trying to find something, right? Because no one likes to find anything. I know I don't.
and
It
who
only has
gets
to be,
point here?
yeah,
It only
yeah,
has to
dude.
be organized for you. Everyone is different. Yeah, I agree
Right.
with that.
However,
We all
with that
have
said,
different systems. You have a system that works for you, and I have a system that works for me. So no systems
what
are equal. They are
adapt
different.
ideas or other people's system of doing it, right? Because it may help. Even if you tweak it, fine tune it, or whatever, kind of specialize it, customize it for your own needs, right? I mean, I've adapted our ideas from the quote unquote organizational communities out there, right?
Yeah.
They're organizing this, or I'm organizing that, right? It just fits in the same spot or fits in the same area, takes up the same amount of room, right? I just adapted that idea a little, right? Because we can all in the apprentice community, well, in general, we can all learn from different communities, right? Right. That specialize in,
Yeah, I agree.
like the gardening community, the so forth, right? They have very specific themes, right? I mean, even for me, I've used something to
Hey,
organize.
Mona. Good to see you, ma'am.
I'm Mona. I've also organized my seeds after watching a video in the apprentice community about organizing seeds. Then I looked into like what the gardeners do. I'm like, okay, I'll just adapt an idea. It's not perfect. It's not like what they have, but better organized. Because now I
Well,
do it.
you can get it similar to their ideas, but
Yeah,
you make it your own
yeah.
because
Because
you
sometimes
make it
my
different.
my seed packs are smaller or bigger or whatever, right? Or the gear that I have is a little bit bigger or smaller, right? So you can adapt it, right? It's just like if you have a knife collection or a folding knife collection, right? None of wants to have the last same knife as you. Oh, okay. I got this more right here. Okay. I can exactly what they did, right? But because I have one, right? But if I don't have, like, I don't have an open L. So if I was trying to pick up something, well, I don't have it in front of me, and I don't like. I just need to see it in my hands, right? See how much room it takes up, whatever, and I put a clip on it or whatever, right? Something like that.
Hygge says, for
Yeah,
example,
okay.
he and I will never agree whether to file recipes in my recipe box. Lol. Yeah, you get a point there.
I mean, like I said, you just gotta work that system, and hopefully, because ideally, the system, organization system that you do use, whatever it is, should be
Yeah,
saving you time, headache, easy to find, easy to deploy said item, whatever it is, and easy enough that you can put it back in its home, like fast, relatively fast. Because if it's taking you more time later on, you can't, you know, it's considerable effort to pull something out and put it back in. I don't know, maybe refine the system, the organization system a little bit more. So it does say, because you wanted organization for me is to save time later on, save hassle later on, all right? Be
yeah,
more proactive about it versus like coming across the same problem over and over again, right?
yeah,
Like, oh, I lost my wallet again. Why go through the hassle? Try to develop a system that can work, whatever works.
yeah,
Maybe it's like a, whatever, right? A little bin that you put everything into your keys or whatever, right? I mean, I don't do that. I always have my keys on me all the time, right? But my wallet, I have a specific spot for it, right? It fits. I know what it looks like. I can describe this to someone if I have to, right?
yeah,
Which means that most likely, unless it grows feet and moves, I'm probably not going to misplace that. And that's one less thing I have to worry about later on. You know what I mean? I've had too many times where, like I said, oh, hey, ACO, let's go to here, right? Spur of the moment, right? And they drop by unexpectedly, right? And next thing you know, you gotta get stuff ready in 5 minutes. It's
yeah,
like, come on, CR, right? I know we surprised you, but this party's not gonna go any sooner. We're gonna be late for this or whatever, right? And people are waiting for you, right? And you know how people don't like waiting for people, right? You're
yeah,
outside waiting for people. You're like, come on, right? Because you grow impatient on it, right?
yeah. I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah. I know my friends get kind of disappointed. It's like, come on, man, we waited an extra 10 minutes and you still can't find your wallet. Yeah, I don't want to be that person. Their
Yeah,
friend, all right? Yeah, I don't want to go for that. Yeah, I like how mono for like filing things under a category or by name, right?
yeah,
That system of like, how do I suborganize that by category or by name? I mean, because if you look at in terms of like on a computer side with folders and files or whatever, there's ways to organize by name, size, type, and all that stuff, right? On a computer side, it's very easy to adjust, set the parameters for it, right? But in
yeah,
terms of physical things, let's just say recipes or whatever, right? Would you organize them by name? To me, I would organize them by the food used in it, the primary thing, right? Let's say flour, like baking, bread, right? I would probably group those things together more because they generally take very similar items, right? Flour,
yeah.
salt,
Exactly.
water, yeast, right? And be totally different from like soups. Because soups, I'm probably not putting a lot of flour, but I may need the salt and water, right? Probably not putting yeast into it, but I need to add vegetables in, broth in, right? So it's a little bit different, right? So that's how I would probably do something like that in terms of recipes, is by like the primary food that's needed for it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
yeah. I know what you mean.
in terms of pastries or whatever, well, I'm probably gonna need flour and sugar as the primary things. Salt probably too. Butter probably too. If it's a recipe for spaghetti, well, the primary thing is gonna be like some sort of sauce and spaghetti. or pasta, right? Those are the main things for that, right? Because I don't see me labeling that under name. It's probably going to be by category. That way, it saves me time later, right? Because if all these recipes need flour, well, I'm gonna need a lot of flour to make all these recipes, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's 4 cups or 8 cups or whatever, right? I'm probably gonna need substantial amount of flour for this, right? And let's just say you were going for recipes and making these recipes for upcoming things or whatever. Well,
Yeah.
consider, oh yeah, I'm gonna be baking, let's just say 12 dozen loaves of bread. Well, I'm gonna need I might need a little bit more flour. Next time I'm at the store or whatever, come back again. So that system might not actually even help you like buy things more, because this is like, well, I go through that much bread, I'm making that much bread with this many recipes, I might need some more flour in the long run.
Yeah.
Because it's a necessity for it. All right. You're not really substituting flour with something else too much. Right?
Yeah.
Figure I just see that. Yeah, see right there. Sometimes it doesn't work. All right. I get that in terms of pets or whatever. It scratches
Yeah,
off.
cats
they rub
and
it off.
dogs, they, if you label something, they like to pull it off.
Okay. Well, laminate it. Use some sort of clear nail polish or clear coat over it, so it's much harder for it to peel off.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, you can use that.
I've done that before with certain things, right? Where I didn't want that coming off easily, right? So I used some sort of clear polish, clear coat, nail polish, right? Clear nail polish, right? Wasn't that everything? No, Iron Fire always wrote that, right? Wow, that organizing group must have a high IQ who everything to keeping bathroom cleaner in the bathroom. Oh, Iron Fireworks.
Yeah.
Like, I don't always show me organizing or cleaning. Actually, I don't think I've ever done that, right? But I'm always remembering these are the things I keep in mind when I was doing this stuff, right? I've organized closets before, right? Several times. My own and other people's. I've helped other people organize stuff too, right? Because I've had to help people move stuff, right? Right? Pantries, kitchens, right? It's kind of fun, actually.
Yeah.
And for me, anyways, because it's that problem-solving aspect of it. It's just like taking this and just converting it so it looks like this, something more functional or whatever, and not just throwing money at the problem, right? Not just bringing over like a bunch of compartment bins, organizers, shelving or whatever, right? But using what they already have, right?
Yeah.
And when necessary, or bringing shelving or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like if you're setting up a pantry or whatever, let's just say in the spare room, yeah, honestly, shelves are not helpful. You can only build up on milk crates and like coolers and boxes so much, right? But a shelf,
Yeah.
right? But then after the shelves, I would probably even consider the boxes as sub-organized the area a little bit
Yeah.
more, right? Like all these small things that are relatively same expiry date, expiration, best before, or or very similar items, right?
Yeah.
In terms of use. So let's say the utensils. I don't know if Kaywin's still here, but these like I know you got the wooden ones, right? There's plastic ones too. And I actually took the time to reorganize this spot that I had, right? I've shown you this before. Remember that, Shadow? I've shown you the picture I've shown. right? It
Yeah.
has cups, it has all this stuff. I grouped all that stuff back together. Because most likely, if I got to dip into that, I'm either throwing a party or water short or something like that. But I probably don't need access to all those items at the same time. Like cups, plates, and utensils, right? Very
Yeah.
rarely would I need just a cup. Very rarely would I just need the plate. Very rarely would I need the plate, but not need the utensils, right? So most likely I'd need them all at the same time. So instead of having them scattered, one at the top, the plates are at the top, the utensils are over here on the side, and the cups are over here on the other side. Instead of going for that, group them together. Especially if I can fit them in the same, have them take up less room and all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah. So yeah, I mean, it goes with, like I said, it goes with anything, right? Hey, it could be even your deep freezer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fridge, all that stuff, right? And just try to have a system for it, whatever works, right?
Yeah.
You know, even if you have to put something to subdivide the space a little bit more, right? Because organization may also lead to more free space or more open space because you free up some space or you use that vertical space in a drawer better.
Yeah.
Now you can
exactly.
fit more. Apparently, my headset's dying really fast today.
Yeah. I noticed.
Yeah, okay, whatever. But I mean, these are the reasons why I try to organize. Was I the most organized person when I was younger? No. Am I the most organized person now? No. But I realized the benefits of it. So
Yeah,
that's why I do it
exactly.
now. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, indeed.
Yeah,
You knew I had
indeed.
to throw that in there somehow. You knew I had to throw
Yeah.
that in somewhere. But it's true though, right? I mean, I think this is one of the things that discourage people at times. It's like, I gotta put so much effort in the beginning or whatever, right? Just use what you have and start simple, right?
Yeah, keep it simple. Don't make anything complicated.
I mean, sometimes I just use what I have laying around first. Like, oh, hey, I'll spare this box. I can spare this container. It fits in this spot. Let's try this first, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to buy something very specific and it doesn't not work or I don't like how it works. That's not how I want to
Yeah.
go about it, right? I'd rather be like, hey, I just have to update this cardboard box with something better. It'll do the exact same thing, right?
Yeah.
Now I'll be looking for something that I can upgrade to, right? But I had a cardboard box that just happened to fit, right? It'll function. I just wanted one that's not cardboard, right? But now I know, hey, it can work, and I tried this out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, because I also have like some legacy. I shouldn't say legacy, but some chargers and stuff like that for some electronics I have.
Yeah.
Cables and stuff like that, right? I have to organize that stuff, right? And I'm like, I've been trying different ways of doing it, right? But one of the things I always come back to is sub-organizing the space for them. So one cable can have one little box. I just pull it out, right? I know exactly what it is. And maybe group the cables to that are similar, right? You know? Because, like, everyone's got, like, different smartphones and all that stuff, and different cables. Oh, here's a charging. It's like for you or me, right? We got headsets or whatever, right? They take a different plug-in compared to mail-in compared to like your phone, compared to your laptop, compared to your mouse, compared to, right? And sometimes you're just trying to organize that and keep that all together, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if certain little things that are like one of a kind or proprietary, right? You don't want to misplace that. That's not good. Because I've seen people misplace stuff like that. It's just like, ugh. Right? Now they can't charge this specific thing now because they don't have the charging unit. Right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of ways you can do it, but just try stuff out, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
And like I said, if you can organize the backpack,
Yeah.
everything's relatively very similar. It's just different gear, and the size is also greater than in a backpack. Because I've learned so much from staging a backpack. Let's just say staging up a get home bag or a go bag, right? Some sort of emergency kit bag or whatever, right? I've learned so much in terms of organizing because I'm like, remember things like deployment, ready to go, right? I want to
Yeah.
be able to, well, for example, open up the tin, pull out the lighter, use it, put the lighter back, and things just don't fall over the place. And I can, let's just say, do this within seconds, right? Versus, having, why did I put the lighter at the bottom of the tin? Kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Right? Something like that, right? I mean, I don't have an example on me, but it's one of those things that I've been trying to do more and more because I've seen the benefits from it, right? Because I used to have this first aid kit that I got it anyways, right? It had some supplies in it, right? It was just one pouch, right? Medium-sized pouch, right? One of the things, and to segue it and relate it into what Non-Fancy had to deal with too, is that because he used just a Ziploc bag with stuff inside. There was no sub-organization, so grabbing something that you needed closer to the bottom or in the middle, you're gonna pull everything out, dump it right out.
Yeah.
And I hated that so much at times because it's just like the scissors would fall to the bottom, the shears would fall to the bottom, or whatever, right? So I've gone away from that, and now I use a Plano box, or right,
Yeah.
yeah. More organized. It takes up a little bit more room, but it's more organized, which means that the point's faster. Because now I don't. Because last several times I had to use it at times. Like I got this cut or whatever. Boom! I can pull out a bandage in like 5 seconds, put it on, put the first aid kit away, and be on my way again. Right.
Yeah.
Versus what I used to have as one pouch only. I'd be like, where are they? Oh, they're at the bottom. They fell to the bottom or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes organization saves you time and effort and, well, a hassle later. And sometimes you just do it because of necessity, right? Just because, I don't like how the system's working. It's not helping me right now. You know what I mean? I got to dig to the bottom to get the scissors out. No, I don't know about that, right? So I've gone away from that kind of system to a more subdivided organization system and stuff like that. Even to the point now that sometimes my gloves are on the outside. I might have a
Yeah.
pair on the inside, but I have a pair on the outside. Because I've also picked that up from Hoopless Cat. It's because if you need to use them right away, they're there right away. The deployment's faster because you've organized it so most likely thing that you'll need first is right at the top. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The gloves, for example, right? I don't want to dig down to the gloves. My hands might be really extremely dirty or bloody or, or whatever, right? So, you know what I mean? Because I've seen, how do I say, our first aid kits at times. If they weren't lacking in something, the organization was crap. I hated it because it's just like, why do I have to dig down just to get this? Seriously? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Like, where are the scissors down here? On the bottom. Right? Right? So stuff like that, just sometimes you learn stuff just by doing and by the real world experiences of the real world, right? What didn't work for you at that time, right? And that kind of, I vow never to go through that experience again, right? So you make changes to it, and in this case, organizing it so the deployment's faster or less complicated or less frustrating. As simple, like you could like pull it out blindfolded with gloves on, right? That's how fast it is, even with that stuff.
Yeah.
On, right? Because sometimes your hands might be cold and or whatever, right? Or you may be, like I said, have a concussion or head trauma or whatever. You're not thinking straight, right?
Yeah.
So you want the system to be as easy as possible, as quick as possible, right? That way you don't even have to really think. You just do, right? The next thing you know,
Yeah.
you bandage yourself up in like 2 minutes versus where did I put the gauze? Why did I put the gauze right at the bottom? That kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things that I've been trying to do more and more.
Yeah.
Really? Iron Flowers? I can't believe you said that. But like I said, there's just a lot of things out there we can still organize. I mean, even for me, right? It's just sometimes trying to set the time to doing it and making the system or organizational system or system work or develop it in the first place, whatever it is, right? Because it could be a spot that, I'm not using up a lot of the vertical space, right? So you build a shelf, but then it takes, let's say, 30 minutes to, right? But once you built that
Yeah.
shelf, now you're saving time all the time on that one spot because instead of, I got to pull this out just to get to the, pull this off the top just to get something at the bottom. No, now there's a shelf there. So you don't have to pull from the top. I can just pull from the bottom now. You know what I mean? Because there's a shelf there, hold up the things at the top. All right. Like even Thor said, then he used what he had around the homestead, all right, scrap material to make it, all right. So he didn't even use anything new, just used what was on hand, right?
Yeah.
I think this is one of the things I've used the boxes for more. Like they're not to be the greatest thing to organize things, but it's a start. Right?
Yeah.
You can always get something more
it is.
durable, pre-made, or built purposely for it later, right? But in the meantime, it'll function, right? Hey, all these cardboard boxes are working. I just wish it was more durable, plastic, or whatever, waterproof. But in time, you can get that, right? But in the meantime, the system that you made for this is working. You just have to upgrade the materials, what it's made of. For example, yeah. Well, I guess Idaho Guard Girl's still here. All I hear is like, "Oh wow."
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been behind on cats videos lately too. But
Yeah. I haven't been on his channel for a long time now.
yeah, I've been. It's because
I've been behind a little
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Oh, I really hope my headset has enough power for it.
CR, I begin
Is it-
to be pretty tired now, so I had in mind to begin to wrap things up.
Well, I do have something to say to you after the show.
Yeah.
So yeah, I keep forgetting. Sorry. This is what I always have more to say like after everyone leaves. What I do. It's because you guys are always talking. I always let you guys
Yeah.
talk. I don't want to hog the spotlight. That'd be selfish. If I want to do all the talking, I'll just put up my own live stream, right?
Yeah, exactly.
With the same topic.
Yeah.
Not saying I'm doing that
Well-
right now, by the way. I'm not.
Yeah. But I had in mind to begin to wrap things up. I'm pretty tired, so I need to get some sleep.
Are you? What time? It's Sunday morning, isn't it?
Yeah, 12:21 after midnight. Soon.
So tomorrow. So pretty much in 12 hours, it'll be the New Year for you.
Well, it's after midnight now, so it's Sunday morning.
Oh,
no,
so,
Sunday
yeah.
night.
So in 24 hours from now, then. In 24 hours, it'll be the New Year for you. At this time tomorrow, at this time for us, right? Wherever you are.
Yeah, well, that's Monday morning,
Yeah.
basically.
But but it'll be, Monday morning past midnight,
Yeah,
first day of the new year. Yeah. Because remember, it's Saturday afternoon in North America right now for most of us. The rest of us. And I say the rest of us, like literally, I'm the only guy here.
yeah. Happy New
Yeah,
Year
but-
to you, Hygge.
Yes.
But I think I'm going to wrap things up now.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But anyway, thanks for stopping by, guys. I appreciate it. It was fun. And Happy New Year, guys. Stay safe. And take care. And I will see you next Saturday. As usual,
Mhm.
same time, same channel.
But on the new year.
And
But in the new year. But it'll be a new year.
yeah. Well, next time I see you guys is next year. So
Yes. Unless for some reason, we talk to you like 20 minutes later from now.
yeah,
I know we probably will. You'll know that.
yeah. So have a nice
Yeah, Hygge.
weekend. And have a nice New Year.
I don't
And,
care, girl.
Yeah.
And
So
all that awesome stuff that Shadow Scout says. So.
Okay. Take care. Stay safe and God bless.